Here's another example when you can see this job pays $13 to $15 an hour. It's now saying that my email address has spaces in it, and it doesn't. So I just attached the file. Email address must not contain spaces. There's no spaces in my email. I'm actually going to take it out and re-enter it. 1, no spaces. Attach the file. So they're not allowing me to apply for this job. Okay, I'm attempting to upload my new resume to Strom Engineering, which is a company that I used to work for in the past, and they're giving me an error message for some reason. So anyhow, once the verification code is used and the email address is used, that's pretty much it. So now I can't create a username and password. I'm just locked and blocked out, and I've tried starting over a couple of times. And this is for Strom Engineering, which they've told me time and time again they don't want me there. For the past 3 hours, I've been repeating, y'all gave me fat injections until I weighed 199 pounds. And normally, what it does is, well, normally there's a blank slate. Like, I'm in a constant state of meditation. I'm not having any thoughts. Like, all I interpret is what they're saying, which is what they're using for suggestions. So, with me repeating, y'all gave me fat injections until I weighed 199 pounds. That's eating up their blank slate. They can't make suggestions like they normally would. It messes it up. It prevents them from making suggestions. And their viewers, when someone should tune in, they catch a glimpse of what I'm saying, and they get a bit of truth for a moment. And they're trying to figure out how they can fix it, because it's a problem for me to keep saying the same thing over and over and over again. It becomes their objective to get me to stop. I want to give you an example of the type of treatment that I'm getting. I don't know if this is a good time to make this video while I'm about to cross over this bridge, but I want to give you an example of the type of treatment that I'm getting at CRRC, which is a veterans entity. I'm going to pause till I cross the bridge. Real quick, I've been walking for about 8 minutes, and I can feel them trying to burn my forehead. They're burning my forehead. And you can see it's like an overcast, partly sunny. But as soon as the sun came out, I felt them trying to burn my forehead. Anyhow, the type of treatment that I'm getting at CRRC, which is a veterans entity. I asked the caseworker that I connected with back in December. Her and I connected back in December because I needed assistance with my security deposit for my place. Nothing ever became of that. Like, she never followed up on the applications that were submitted or anything. Like, she just did nothing. Like, when she submitted the information, and she actually told me that I could reach out and call them, contact them myself. And when I called the number, they actually won't speak to the applicants. They won't speak to the applicants. And I went through maybe 3 or 4 people before I got to that point. But anyhow, and she asked me probably on 2 occasions, did either of those help? And I was like, no. And so eventually she realized that I came in one day and I asked her about it, and she was like, what happened? She claimed that they had a different form or that there was a new amount, but she had no intention on telling me. She had no intention on telling me, you know, that that was the case. So had I not asked, I would have never knew. But I got with Catholic Charities, and they were actually willing to help. However, I didn't have the leasing agreement. The landlord drug his feet on that end, you know, with submitting the paperwork back to AMHA. So that anyhow, that didn't fall through. So I haven't gotten any of their services. I haven't gotten any services from CRRC. No help. Other than, like I said, Catholic Charities, which if a finger was pointed, it would probably be pointed at me. Because, you know, that's the part that was missing. But anyhow, can't get what you don't got. So recently I asked her, this has been about 4 weeks ago, about a clothing voucher from Goodwill. And she's like, oh yeah, the next time you come in, you know, we'll get together and we'll fill one out. And she's like, they got a new form, you know, that I'm going to have to fax over. I'm like, okay. So I see her a time or two after that. I didn't say anything. You know, I was busy working on my stuff. But I see her today, and I ask. I say, you know, Miss Such and Such, I was just about to ask for you. She's like, hey, what's up? I'm like, this is the type of shit these people do. Then they greet you like everything's straight. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be cordial because I need for stuff to move. And I already know you don't like me. But I'm just trying to get you to do your job. So I tell her, I said, hey, do you have time to put in that voucher today for the clothing? And she's like, what? Can you come back later on? I'm on foot. I'm walking. Can you come back later on? I mean, what else do you have to do today? I told her, I said, I can't come back today. She said, well, when's the next time you're due in? As if I'm getting some sort of service from them. Like the consult for a employment specialist, which her boss is doing, has not even been executed. Like, and that's been about 4-5 weeks. So she asked me when was I due back then. Like I have to, you know what I'm saying? Like I got reoccurring appointments or something, knowing that I only come to use the resource room. So I tell her, I said, well, I'll be coming back probably Monday or Tuesday next week. And she's like, okay, just get with me then. We can fill it out because I'm covering for lunch right now. She's covering for lunch, but she's at a desk it doesn't get any activity, really. There's nothing. She told me. I said, well, what is the process like? She said, well, I just have to call over and have them send me the new form. And I'll fax it in, and that's it. They'll send you the voucher in the mail. I said, okay. So pretty much a task. She won't complete a task that takes a couple of minutes. It takes a couple of minutes to get this done. And you sitting at the desk covering for lunch for somebody, and you feel that that's too much to do. when you ain't helped me yet? And you're there to be of service, to be helping people. So in disbelief, in disbelief, I say, "Oh, okay," and I walk away. I walk away. I want to show you something. I just had about a 12 to 15 minute walk, maybe 13 to 15 minute walk, and you know, melanin is what protects you from the sun. So we don't suntan quickly. I want to show you what they did to my feet. Can you see that noticeable difference? In just that short amount of time. Okay. Not occasionally, because it's not occasionally, but every once in a while, like I'm talking about every once in like 2-3 years, I have a cigar while I'm drinking. And I don't have a whole one. I just have a few puffs. Tonight I had 3 puffs, and on the third one, no smoke came out. Okay, they're having sex with me right now, and I just want to see if you can see me rocking back and forth. And look at what they've done to my thighs. They took my eyeliner pencil and they broke what was inside. You know how it. This is all that's left. And prior to that, it was pretty long. But they said it would take me too long to use it, and they want me to have to sell another one. As far as the job search goes, a couple of positions have come up that I can't take, like accounting, and another position that dealt with numbers a lot because they're able to sabotage the way that I do math. I'm going to show you something. They moved the castle today, but if you can see where it's at. It was given to the kids on the corner. And that's the flower that was given to me. And not for nothing, but these are my Everlast that the government tries to roast. Okay, so leading up to all of this, they told me that they were going to switch her out, the female that stays beneath me. They said they were going to switch her out. And you know, I talked to her after I spoke about her in a previous video, and you know, her being prejudiced and things of that nature. They told me that they implied that they were going to change her so that she no longer appeared that way. And that's exactly what they did. It would have been Tuesday. Today's Sunday, the 5th of May. This past Tuesday, she was outside in the vehicle, and I came out and I threw some trash away, and then I sat on the porch. And she spoke to me. She like initiated it, and I knew something was up then. Cause she said, "Hey." She was sitting in the truck. I said, "Hey, how you doing?" She said, "I'm doing okay." I said, "I'm going to enjoy a little bit of this sun." And I sat on the porch. So moments later, she got out of the vehicle, and she came up and she started a conversation with me. And she was just talking about a little bit of everything, you know, plants, the fence being down, people cutting through the yard, her history, like not her history, but her housing history, you know, where she stayed at in the past and how far away she was, things of that nature. So she was talking away, just chatting up. This is the most that this woman has ever said to me, and she was being really kind and pleasant. And so then she asked me, she said, "Do you want some flowers?" And I said, "Yeah, sure," you know. And she was like, "Okay, I'll give you some, and I'll get you some lights too, so you'll have lights like we have them in the front." And I was like, "Well, that's so nice of you. I appreciate it," you know. And the next day when I came home, she had me a pot of I don't know what they are, but they're the cute little yellow flowers. So it's sitting on my bottom step. And I got up this morning and I noticed that they were talking to, well, I couldn't see who they were talking to, but I know the people on the corner. I know of them. I know one of their relatives. And she told me, I mean, not she told me, I noticed that the castle was gone. Because that's another thing we spoke about, you know, the castle being right there. And I was telling them, you know, that it wasn't it wasn't part of the property. It wasn't part of our property, you know. And so I was letting them know who owned it. But I noticed the castle just right up the street, you know, in my line of sight. You know, things that appear non-coincidental, but they are. So yeah, they gave it to the people up the street. They said that they were going to make her not appear to be prejudiced, and that's what they're doing. I spent about an hour and 15 minutes trying to upload a video that the government obviously had a problem with. First, they kept on like slowing down the bandwidth, so the video would load at a snail speed. But then they started giving me copyright violations. So I get a copyright notice for the songs that were in the video. The video was titled Music and Remote Neural Monitoring. They said that if they're imposters, if people in other government agencies got to see that video, that they would know that they were lying about me, and that I'm able to sing, or they'd be able to hear the frequency in my voice. They'd be able to hear the frequency in my voice and know that everything that I was saying was true. So, yeah, not only were they trying to keep me from uploading it, but they started giving me these copyright complaints, so to speak. And there must have been all of 20 songs, maybe 20 plus songs within the video that I used to use as examples. They did the same thing that Facebook did, pretty much. Like, I've made complaints on YouTube, just like I've made complaints on Facebook, and filed complaints that they never got back to. Oh, somebody hit a possum. But I filed complaints that they never got back to. But the minute that I post something that they're talking about Farrakhan being banned from Facebook and YouTube, I don't know which other one. But yeah, there's nothing about my content that violates anything, like, and there's nothing offensive about it either. But it shows a lot of truth about me, you know, my makeup. In this little dispute right outside my window, across the street, it's like a girl, she got into it with the guy that's working on the house. And I wasn't even going to record any of this until I realized that she could possibly get mistreated. Like, the neighbors are siding with the guy, telling him that they'll be his witness. He hit her in her mouth. So anyhow, she claims he came in over her place around 4 a.m. or whatever, and she's something about having to go to work, and then she left him with her house key. So she said she would be over. He told her that he was going to be working on a house and she could come over afterwards to pick it up. She come over to pick her key up. I guess they got into an argument, and he hit her in her mouth. He hit her in her mouth, and then took her car keys. He took the cops inside. She's out here explaining her side to one officer. He went inside with the other officer to, I guess, show that she did. He claimed she came over there and was busting some stuff up. Like, he has this girl pregnant, and she's mad about that too. She's like, you know, that's what happened when you get somebody pregnant and you run off. This, that, and any other. Said something about him grabbing her by her throat. This is common. Like, you see this shit all the time. It's horrible. But she claimed that, you know, he been hitting on her for years. You know, like, that's the crazy part about it. But anyhow, so he's inside with the other officer showing, I guess, what she did. And he still has her car keys. He spent it when he was telling the officer, you know, that he kept her car key. She been out here yelling, like, screaming at the top of her lungs, like she want her car key so she can go. And he said he kept it because he didn't want. But out here, said he won't. They just removed it from my memory. Spencer said that he wanted to make sure that no one said he did anything to her. Like, he had no intentions on calling the cops. He was just going to call her mom and have her mom come by. But she ended up calling the cops because he wouldn't give her her key. It'll be interesting to see how, I mean, I don't know that any of us will get to find out. But look, they're sitting on the porch. They were going to side with him. These people that got grandkids that they can't even keep control of, like, it's crazy. Oh, her friends are here now. That's not good. See that? But he hit this girl in her mouth. Like, I'm trying to figure out how they're going to justify him putting his hands on her. Like, but furthermore, how do you get caught up, like, messing around with somebody that's... She claimed that ain't the first time. So if that ain't the first time, what are you doing? Uh-oh, friends going inside. Yes. So anyhow, I guess she got into it too with like some girl that he was messing around with. I don't know how that part went. I didn't hear all that, but she has a knife on her. She came over with a knife, I guess, to protect herself. Like, he got a history of hitting on her. And I suppose that's what made him, I don't know how that happened. Now another cruiser's here. Thing I wanted to know was that they're keeping her from being able to communicate what she wanted to communicate in a way, like, She managed to get out what happened, but you could tell like there was some interference going on. She don't know nothing about remote neural monitoring. Now the officer's gonna go and get some input from him. They were sitting out back and overheard it. No, I do. They just went in on like some girl. So anyhow, they were going off on this girl, telling her that she in there fucking on air mattress, and she ain't got, or in a van or something. Oh, that's the girl she's mad about. They had a kid in the car, like a whole kid in the car, and they feet away from the car. Nobody cares about how she feels. Nobody cares about what he's put her through. No one cares about everything that led up to this. All they care about is what took place. And he's still telling him, like, if he got to go to court over it, he'll testify for him. And now the girl's mad that that's, I guess, working on the house with him. And she wants to press charges. I don't know what happened. Everybody pulls together when the cops are around. But as soon as the cops left, him and the guy that's there also working on a house, they kind of had an exchange because, he was telling him, what I'm saying, like, something about him calling her over there. And he was letting him know, that he didn't call her over there for that, and he got mad and he wanted to leave. So he's letting him out the driveway now so that he can go. He got mad about somebody saying something to him about it when he knows he's wrong in more than one way. Why is this piece of hair sticking up like this? Look, pissed off. I want to leave. The other girl that was involved is outside acting like pasting, like on the phone, making it out to be like how she interpreted. Either she's blatantly lying and knows she's lying, or she's just, the way she interpreted the situation is different than how it unfolded. Because she's making it seem like she did something to the girl and her sister that I forgot where I left off. Anyhow, yeah, she said something to them when she passed them, when she came out, because for the longest time she was like kind of back off where I couldn't see her anyhow. She wasn't out front with them. But and it's already a crowd out here by now. But when she walked past them, she said something, and that's what kind of prompted them to say the stuff about the air mattress, which is like a common insult for females these days. It's weird because it doesn't have any relevance. Like, it has no relevance at all, but it's become a common way to insult somebody or to make other females or young ladies feel insufficient or insufficient about their situation. I think that's the word I'm looking for. I remember when I used to do that. She just did a half cartwheel. But Hold on. Bear with me. But yeah, little people. But man, anyhow, that just, and that's something that they do often too. They fly bugs right into my face. Ouch. And that's the hole that they always try to break my foot on. Like, there's been times when, like, I'll just barely make the hole. Like, say the front of my foot will catch the opposite side, you know, and I'll feel them pull and twist. Like, they pull and twist my foot to try and, you know, as if it was in the hole. Dang. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say these men, the devil is running rapid. Like, these men are taking their cheating girls out of and conning them out of the most important thing that they have, and then expect them to have no feelings about it. So for a female, the most important thing that she has other than her mind is her vagina. The most important thing that she has is her vagina outside of her mind. Which is also why some of them are so messed up. Okay, your vagina controls how your brain works. Your brain is connected to your heart, the heart and mind matrix. Bear with me because they're blocking what I'm trying to say. They're trying to twist it all up. I can just see words all out of order. But your vagina controls your mind, and your mind and heart are, you know, are in cahoots together. They're a matrix. See how this is coming out? And I just had the thought, it was just right there. If it were the other way around, if your mind controlled your vagina, then your mind would have to be stimulated first. Okay, let me get this right. As I look at this young lady and I assess her situation, her vagina controls her mind. Her mind and heart are in a matrix. Her mind is fooling her into thinking that she has feelings for this guy because she gave her vagina to him. It's supposed to be the other way around. Your vagina should be governed by your mind. The more that you know, the less likely you are to give it up. And when you do, there's some satisfaction associated with it. Where you have to consider what type of women would allow that to happen. Like, how are you able to be cheated out of the most important thing that you hold? You know, out of the most important thing that you hold that can be shared with another in terms of energy. And that's why I said remote neuromonitoring is a problem, because they're giving you attractions that you wouldn't otherwise have. Like, you found yourself in relationships time and time again where you don't even know why you were attracted to the guy, or vice versa. Brother has never been able to articulate himself. Now, that's something that I've been an expert at for a really long time. I'm able to write in a way that people who may not have the same perspective as me can relate. So I write things that any and everyone could relate to or make sense out of. Not make sense out of, understood. That's how I write. I write in a way where it can be understood. When meanwhile you see other people like, and these are the type of things that old Facebook pages show. You know, his writing was never relatable. It never made sense to people. You know, it never made sense. And even in person, like, he's someone that talks with a lot of slang, but when dealing with authority, he's not able to articulate, himself. And these are the things that they kind of did a switcheroo with, while they were trying to give him assumption of my lifestyle. They gave him, the ability to do that in certain environments. The ability to do that in certain environments. It's one of those things that they kind of bounce around, amongst many arenas, environment. Yeah, and I don't have it, which is why I write so many versions of complaints and flyers and posts before I actually get a final product, because I'm no longer able to write in the manner that I used to. That's the part that they removed from my member. She actually did say that he took her key. But see, this is like, so eyewitnesses and things of that nature, you know what I'm saying? Imagine that. Like, they do this to people all the time to get people hemmed up. You know what I'm saying? Remove parts of the details so people can't recall everything that took place. So you got people lying on folks, saying that they did something that they didn't. Okay, right now I'm getting this is the second day in a row that they've injected something into my bloodstream through my at the leg. So the front of my leg is where they're doing it, like a vein, the front of my leg. It makes me, I'm running a little bit of a fever behind it, and I actually feel like my stomach's upset behind it. Yeah, my stomach's upset. And it's weird because they, although I just got the shot in my knee, like in my leg, I got an upset stomach like right before I ate. And I wanted to say that I told you, like, they're allowing me to feel them doing this stuff. And under normal circumstances, not under normal circumstances, because it just depends on who they're attacking. Some people tell you that they get shot like sensations, needles and pricks and needles. And others don't feel anything at all. It's a very silent attack. Since when have you ever known ants to see ants climbing up? Like the big ones, like just one single ant climbing up the side of a house. You never see that happen. Anyhow, they expected me to think that it came in through the window, because I keep my window cracked. But they put one on my pillow. They put a big ant on my pillow today. And just to freak me out, like, but they put it on my pillow, and it was like so quick. Like, I turned my back and I turned back around, and there it was. Oh, I wish you could see me, but I'm leaning, well, you can see, with my head against the window, and they're plugging one side of my nose, as a female says she wants me to stop breathing in this air. She wants me to stop breathing in the air that's coming from outside, because I'm breathing deep and I'm getting too much oxygen. They have elder women running around quoting Cardi B. No elder woman in her right mind would ever go for the mess Cardi B's imposter, mind you, be talking about. I just awoke from an orchestrated dream, and the intent is to aggravate me as soon as I wake, to have me extremely aggravated as soon as I wake up. And it does work. But a bigger problem is the footage that they get from these orchestrated dreams. They're using them for suggestions. So they'll run and tell the people that were in the dream that they have to act this way because of this. So in this case, it was two relatives and a friend, in which I had an adverse reaction to both. They'll go and tell them that this is how I see them, so you have to act this kind of way towards her. This is what they're doing to the possessed. This is what they're doing for the possessed. And when it's done and over with, it leaves my head hurting. So I have like a slight headache and a little bit of a pull on the right side of my brain. I don't want for the camera to capture any of the aggravation and anger, so they make sure that they alter my mood before I start recording. And while they're doing the agitating, they're tensing. They're applying tension to my neck and shoulders. They're applying a lot of tension. They want me to be tense all day. If they have footage, the footage that they capture of extreme tension supports their attacks of a heart attack. So they're trying to gather enough to justify giving me a trauma of some sort. Sometimes the tension is so bad that if you move in normal range of motion, it feels like you'll snap or pull something. As I sit here and recognize how bad the tension in my back is, one of the female agents goes, "We want her to get up and show these people this fucking body, like they're ready for me to take a shower so that other people can see me." I want to give an example of what spiritual warfare has been like since my pineal gland has been deactivated. It'll go something like this. This is what they'll say. "We've been making fun of Michael in these other people's places because he got somebody that knows who he is and somebody that can call his ass all kind of names. I'll haul off and smack or snap their neck, and the conversation will continue on like I never even hit him or it took place." She'll go, "You're not going to believe why that wasn't okay." And then they'll pick right up, start off with another conversation, different topic. 2 or 3 other people at the same time. Now, in the past, before they deactivated my pineal gland, in the past when I would hit them, there would be silence. I would feel the impact take place, and then there would be silence. So it was a way to defend myself and keep a lot of the suggestions from taking place. And now they're fooling the shit out of somebody. I feel like I gotta drink a pop. It's bad. Then when I get to my mom's house, she ain't got shit, but she sick of this shit. She got like 5 gallons of that shit. Juicy juice only good when it's cold. I don't care. The apple juice. And the apple juice and the fruit punch. That's it. Other than that, I'm cool. It's like when it's cold. Some ice. Well, let me see your nail. Oh, this is nice. That's real cute. And my real nail. Shut the fuck up. That's everybody saying that. That's why I like it is because you can see my real nails through it. It's an overlay. Yep. And you be seeing it, so I gotta start getting darker colors. Where you get your fit from? The village. Especially on finish line. Yeah, I like a finish line because I'm already from the club. If I go inside and I spend $200, they send me $20 back. And then I use the 20 and I bought me a little fanny pack. I've been buying a little Nike fanny pack. But lately I've been trying not to, I need to start just wearing it, but I've been having so much shit to put in my purse I can't even use no fanny pack. I'll be trying to carry my purse.
my stomach getting bigger and bigger because I'm pregnant. I had to get my fanny pack for my daughter.
Hell yeah. I love fanny packs. I just bought 5 of them and still ain't wearing them. I don't know what to wear with them.
Plan you a vacation. You'll have somewhere to take.
That's where I just went. I'm about to show you. That's what I bought them for. I went to Tennessee and then in 2 weeks we going to Atlanta.
Oh yeah, I used to live in Athens, Georgia. That's an hour away from Atlanta.
I got the shoes to go with all my fanny packs.
Oh, you look so cute.
We had a big old, we had a room.
Oh, you talking about an Airbnb?
We had a big old villa.
Oh, okay.
Got 2 bedrooms, kitchen, living room, everything.
Yeah. We got a vacation home in Florida. Me and my mom and my
we did that the year before last year.
Yeah,
every year.
What part of Florida?
He is definitely working against me. Well, the government is using gravity against me. I can't even come down a small hill like that the same way anymore. I was sitting here and I was thinking about a mom that I just saw pushing a stroller, and I was thinking about how horrible times are being that like mothers are out here pushing kids in strollers on busy, dirty streets. Like these streets are busy and dirty, and the baby's in this environment. But as I thought about that, they started conversations about, we rode by a guy and he had like a little person in the front seat with him. Like you could barely see him, but he had a convertible. You couldn't see the little person really unless from up here like the bus's view. And I take notice of that, and they're like, these people be riding around with kids, with these people, these little people in the front seat with them because they seen her do it. So they're making people replicate the behavior that they've seen me do. So they got on there talking about my niece, and the day that she was in the front seat, well, the seat, the serpent seat, the day she was in the front seat with me, I saw that baby do some weird stuff. The day she was in the front seat with me, I was trying to keep her calm because she had just pooped. We had just got to the store and then she pooped. So I'm trying to keep her calm, and I'm like letting her play with this energy drink. It's like a cold energy drink I had just gotten. So she's playing with that and she's talking, you know, like we're going back and forth on the way home. And as I'm like, you know, pretty much paying attention to these memories, these thoughts and stuff, they started talking about, they reminded me of how they can change people's perception of how soiled they are. So she wasn't able to perceive the poop like she normally would, and then they were talking about, you know, at other times they enhance it, they make it they heighten the senses so bad that the child can't bear it. And that made me think about when they hurt my cousin's child, like, and I had no way of telling her that the government was hurting her baby. Out of nowhere she just started screaming at the top of her lungs, and I can't recall if it was a pinch or a squeeze, but they were hurting her and she was screaming at the top of her lungs. They were doing this to her clone, and the baby was reacting to it. Like, that's a lot of times when your babies are going off and you don't know why they're crying, you know, you're checking their diaper, you're like, they just ate. You know, that's what it is. The government is hurting these kids. A lot of what they're trying to keep me from saying, because they've used it. They've been using the things that I say for a long time. So they block words, terms, statements that I often use. I can't repeat some of the stuff that I've said in the past, stuff that I've said over and over again. You know, and not regarding this fight, but just regarding life and life's experiences, you know, like life's experiences. Everybody in traffic just got angry. Okay, so you know I don't have service and I'm waiting on the bus. I've been waiting about 35 minutes. And like every bus that comes this way has came but that one. They're making taunts about they're saying that one of two things have happened. Well, they're saying that they changed the scroll on the number 13 so that I would miss it. And then they're also saying that she can't walk into these other places and use their Wi-Fi. So when they say something like that, they're talking about I can't walk right up the street to McDonald's and connect to their Wi-Fi. That's something that they'll go over and over and over and over again because they're trying to get me to leave. Chances are the bus is like minutes away, but they want to get me they want to get me to miss it, so they'll try and distract or deter. And now they're just trying to get me to walk. The 2 is passed 3 times. The 17 has passed twice. Even the 110 is passed. Every bus is passed but the 13. I've even seen an 11 pass a couple of times. And I have no way to check, like, and see what time the buses do. Like, I just know they're supposed to run every 10-15 minutes, but I got off at like 2:56-ish. And I do know that there was normally one that comes like 3:18 or something like that. So I'm like, okay, I'll just hang tight here and catch it. I've even asked a couple of people like to text. One guy, he has an out of country number, so you know he couldn't get service. He couldn't connect to the network. A girl, she was doing something on her phone, like yeah, no bus yet. They said we're trying to get her ass to walk in this heat so they can see how she's able to do stuff that no one else is able to do. And they have so many spirits, like so many, like they've allowed so much to attach itself to my legs. Like when I squat, I can't just get back up like I normally would get up. When I squat, sometimes like they get stiff and they'll cramp, like, and stay there and ache. When it affects the way that I walk. It weighs me down, it throws off my equilibrium, like it does all kinds of stuff. Like my legs are being attacked as much as I walk. They're attacking my legs and thighs. So muscle and endurance is just like, oh, you're such a cute doggy face. Hi. Hello. Still no bus. Excuse me. I don't have service. Could you text and see what time the bus comes? I said I don't have service. Could you text and see what time the bus comes?
Oh. Say that?
No, it doesn't say it on there.
How do I check that?
Text 321. One, two, three.
3, 2, 1.
1, 2, 3. Okay, and you're gonna text them YB. Y and B both have to be capital. 1146.
Okay.
Same.
So it's not working.
It's not
It
working?
says, sorry, this service is not available.
All right. Thank you. You're going on about how someone saw that I don't be eating any of the stuff that they said, and that they were hoping that they'd make me pass out from heat exhaustion. They wanted me to take off. I've only had rice and peppers today. Rice, pepper, and onion. So and I'm really hungry right now. I don't have anything on my stomach. Like, I've burnt that up. So, and they want me to walk. I'm not walking.
I'm gonna chase you down for you.
Oh, I appreciate it. But on top of that, what was I saying? I'm hungry. That's how he has to have people looking at him the right way. So I told you the other day when the issue took place across the street, the neighbor told the guy, you know, like, that he'd justify for him in court or whatever. Today, you know, they got like a scrap issue going on, you know, so they're throwing out a bunch of stuff, get rid of some things, and, you know, but the neighbors are over helping, and they even have the grandson, like, and they're inside helping out. But they said, we're going to have people looking at us like they're supposed to look at us. So pretty much saying, like, even though I recognize it for what it is, that they're going to have other people, same with the people downstairs. Like, I know the true nature of the spirit, but people who don't, you know, will be fooled by a nice gesture or a something that causes you to unify, or, you know, do some cohesion. Like, yeah. And now they're talking about they're bad because these men aren't able. They claim that the men are mad. Like, the females are mad because I won't do a threesome. But some of them show up as guys. I didn't tell you about what happened at the in the psych ward, but I'll talk about it. Anyhow, and the guys are mad because they say I'm walking around with this big old butt and no one's able to have sex with me. They have a problem with that. Yeah, that's how the government talks to me. Actually, it's a little bit more foul and what's the word that I'm looking for? Profane, perverted, even at times. Yeah. Talk about how they're sabotaging my skin complexion, like, or not my skin in general, complexion, texture, everything. Like, it's normally flawless. Like, I'm gonna get up close so you can see, like, that's from smallpox years ago. But every once in a while, like, I'll see where they've done something, like a spot. Like, see when this is it looks dark. Like, right now, while that's like that looks dark. This is stuff that doesn't normally happen. So right now with my skin, it's pulled together. It's pulled together, the right word. Anyhow, it looks dark. Still marking up my face. And I have like a little rash, like, on my thigh. Like, it's like a really small size rash. Been there for a little bit. What I was going to say is, what's taking place across the street, that's just the devil interacting with the devil. Like, and all they're doing right now is establishing a norm. Like, the devil interacting with the devil is the same as, like, real niggas. You know what I'm saying? And real niggas stick together. And they come in like all different shapes, sizes, like ethnicities, like, yeah. Now is a good example. She said, I'm tired of her walking around nonchalant with this big old ass. She said, I can't do nothing about it. I am pretty good looking, but I can't do anything about that. Nor do I want to. And I'd appreciate it if the government stopped trying to. FedEx and Dominion don't want you at their place blowing the whistle. They've been on this Dominion thing like pretty bad lately. I seen a position that's available that I'd be perfect for. I'd be like a perfect fit. So of course I'm gonna apply. But they've been talking about it for about a week now. How yeah, they don't want me there. And oh, they're erasing it. And that they don't want me making as much as my brother's imposter. They said that my brother's imposter would be mad if I were able to be in a position like I used to have, because he's supposed to be living. I don't know. He's supposed to, I guess, be doing what I've done in the past. A conversation like this is normally followed by his bank account, his spending, what he is, what he's not doing, all things that hold no relevance. But this is the type of information that the government is volunteering. And they're talking about how he's just about got his girlfriend, at a point where things appear to be normal, you know what I'm saying? Because he used to have some pretty strict ways with, he like buy whatever he wanted and make her shop at the thrift store. So they're saying, like, it's been so long since things like that have happened, and pretty much now she won't remember. They're saying something about her not remembering. I'm gonna get a bar of soap, and the government met me here and decided they were gonna kind of watch me closely, so I didn't. They hate the bar of soap that I use. It's a really good bar. It's stress and relief with eucalyptus in it at Bath and Body Works, and they use it to I use it because it gets like literally everything off of you. And yeah, they can't stand that. They want me to use like regular soap. She had no reason to watch me, but anyhow, the government's talking about how she tried to get the other woman to do the same thing. There was a female that was coming and relieving her, and she kind of put a bug in her ear. And yeah, tried to get her to kind of stalk me as well. But right after that, I left. Okay, now I'm at Target, and they're doing stuff to try and draw attention to me. So now they're talking about how they fucked up my energy, and these people are gonna know. Supposedly, the imposters that work here weren't gonna have a problem. Like, they weren't gonna be stalking me like people do in most places that I go to. However, that it didn't change. It's those surveillance and like they started attacking my energetic field. So anything to throw nerves out of whack. Anything to throw my nerves out of whack. So they were trying to induce a state of paranoia, but on me it turns into aggravation. It aggravates me really bad. I'm extremely aggravated. And now they're talking about she knows we put melanin in people that don't have it. Thank you so much.
I mean, you were just there on the threshold, but I decided not to.
I appreciate it. I'm trying to get a job right now. The last thing I need is this showing up.
I don't blame you. Go ahead. Got it. Which one?
Yeah.
Or-
No, 174.
Well, that's interesting. She's now taking a hotel. See this real quick. Alright, got a couple things for you to sign. Want to come up here? It's gonna be your trespass notice.
Okay. Can I have a copy?
Yeah, absolutely. Give it a copy.
And how can I go about getting it lifted in the future? Sign here as well?
Yeah, it's not really lifted, it's for 1 year,
Okay.
so,
Okay.
is your ID?
Just that one. I think she might have done 2 transactions.
Oh, gotcha. I already got your name.
Victoria.
Victoria.
Oliver?
Yes.
Okay, that's not Oliver.
I don't like the way she thinks.
There you go.
She said she liked the way I did.
No, this girl that's on my camera right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna get your picture, we don't post it anywhere, like people that see it, or people who do what we do, stove green, everything like that.
All right.
Alright. I really don't want to like that it looks good, but it's really bad.
Hurry up, Jess.
I didn't get a chance to bookmark them. I tried to find them on the exterior PCZ, but I couldn't find them. Figured we'll have to go back anyway, so we know we did. Thanks, Nicole.
Do you mind if I put this? I'll go grab my wallet out of my car.
All right, well, have a good day.
Thank you, ladies. Have a good one. Okay, before I get too far along in this video, I want to touch on our caveat for a couple of the videos that have already played. In this last one, with me being caught for shoplifting at Target, there were a few things that took place prior to that. Like, there was some imaging, like corrupt imaging that took place. I believe it was the day before or either earlier that day. And I just kind of, I rejected it and denounced it. There was nothing that showed, or there was another video after that. So there would have been another video where you could witness them altering the function of the record button. So every time I hit record, they hit pause. And when I'm thinking that I'm stopping a recording, it's actually pause. recording. So I hit record, they pause it. I hit record, hit stop to end the recording, and it began recording. So that was the next video. You could witness that taking place. They didn't want to catch anything that I said on camera. I was pretty aggravated and frustrated about what took place because these are all crimes. Like, the government watches me still. Let's say over the last year and a half, I've stolen maybe, we'll say 15, 16 times. I had been caught once. Being caught at Target was the second time that I had gotten caught. That was the second time that they busted me, and they did it in the same fashion that they did before. They had people that had no reason to identify me as a individual that was suspect kind of watch me. So they put me on these people's radar. These people knew who I was before I got there. They knew who I was before I got there. Other things. There's a medicine burning. On one of the SD cards that they stole from me, I had a medicine burning. Now, I told you in July of 2017, I was issued 2 prescriptions. One was for BV, which I did not have. This is like, when I got my pap smear, they did it around the time that I got my pap smear. They gave me a shot. They gave me a negative read, or gave me a positive read for BV. I didn't have it, and I wasn't having sex at the time. So, it was that, and then about a month before that, it was acid on the stomach. When we ran some tests, like just from the issues that I had encountered in California, we had a bunch of tests ran, and it came back that I had too much acid on my stomach. So they prescribed some sort of V-Pack, I believe it's called, where you take a prescription for that. Either how, I didn't take either one, and I'm fine. I don't believe in medicine. And by me taking the medicine, they would have actually used those ingredients to create another problem, a real problem. The thing about not taking the medicine is that they take the problem away. They have no way, they have no permission. They take the power, it takes all of their, it stops the attack. So anyhow, I burnt both of those prescriptions in July, and I had a video of it that I wanted to upload. And yeah, I don't have it. I think that's how I wanted to say that. I wanted to reiterate that I'm dealing with an entity, a government entity. And I say entity because it's not just one agency, it's an entity, like the president, the House, every agency that falls under the CIA. So we're talking about like FBI and TAO and S-Key Score. I don't know if these necessarily part of them. They're probably their own individual entities, but these are all government agencies. But I wanted to make one thing clear. They believe in torture. They believe that torture works. So these people have no problem with the manner in which I'm being tortured. Knowing who I am. These are thousands of men and women against one woman. Knowing who I am, they have no problem torturing me. They believe that torture works. They're thinking that there's no way. Spiritual warfare. In one of the videos, I talked about spiritual warfare, and how it differed. How in the past, what was taking place now, when I go to hit them, nothing changes. I don't feel the impact. I don't get the result that I was getting, like silence. The problem with that is their primary complaint regarding things like that. Bear with me because spiritual warfare. I was saying it would keep down some of the suggestions. But their primary complaint their primary issue with my spiritual warfare wasn't just that it actually had an impact. It was that it kept them from being able to carry out and complete their objective. The problem is, I'm the only one who knows who these people are. And normally when they attack someone, and they attack those that they know, there's no one left to tell it. So since I can't be possessed, I'm left to tell it. They have a problem with me knowing who these people are. The scene on the bus was just an example of two young possessed females. I wanted you to see how normal it sounded. I wanted you to see how easily it's dismissed, or how comfortable they are. And I want them to see how fucking stupid they sound. Women that are holding conversations like those, this is how you sound. This is how bad you sound. Baby, when I was talking about the babies and the little people and them hurting my cousin's child, I saw it in the spirit. So imagination is a really big thing when it comes to the pineal gland. Without it, there is no without the pineal gland, there is no imagination. That's why spiritual warfare and my imagination, me being able to sense where they were in terms of making my attacks or defending myself, was a problem. So we were driving and we were riding. Right before this happened to the baby, I saw it taking place in the spirit. I saw one of them harming the baby, but I can't recall. I couldn't hone in on whether it was a pinch or a squeeze. I couldn't hone in on it. I couldn't quite get a clear image of what was taking place, but I saw them hurting the baby. And right after I saw them hurting the baby, she began to scream at the top of her lungs, equivalent to the type of pain I was seeing her being put in. The bus. When I got off the bus that day, there's a couple of videos. I'm in a blue hat and a pink shirt, and I'm waiting at the bus stop. I'm coming from Walmart. And in one of those videos, I say something like, I've been waiting for like 10, 15 minutes. When I said 10, 15 minutes, I was thinking 20, 25 minutes. And 10, 15 minutes left my mouth without missing a beat. I didn't miss a beat when I said that. And that's happened in one of my more recent videos too. Like I'm talking about 8 months. You'll hear me say 8 months, 8 months, 8 months. And then I'll say 8 days. Won't skip a beat. there's no recollection. There's a disconnect somewhere. They're able to make you speak a word as if you meant it. So you'll say it, not be able to catch it, and it'll be passed off as that's what you meant. There was another video associated with those. Out of those bus clips, there was one that they removed. I was talking to a group of college students. There was 3 female students that I spoke with. They were actually the ones that ended up, or one of those 3 was actually the one that ended up getting me the information that I was sauteing after regarding what time the bus came. So they come down the street, and I asked them. Her one friend, obviously possessed, snarled. No one else saw it, but I'm paying attention. These are the things that I look for naturally. She snarled at me. You know, she tried to smile. They'll do this thing where they try to smile, but they can't pull the smile off without the aggravation shining through. So she snarled at me. Her friend had blonde curly hair. She was the one that was like kind of typing in and stuff, and I'm telling her, okay, put in YB. Y and B have to be capital, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, okay, yeah, it comes at this time. And I'm like, okay, cool, thank you. They got rid of the video. Problem with that video was it showed a glimpse of who they were. So that's why they got rid of it. It showed a glimpse of who they were. And the one that helped had not been attacked. The one that helped had not been attacked yet. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Let me continue. They put it back. Here it goes. Okay, so they wanted me to walk on top of me being, I've already burnt up what little food I ate this morning. And on top of that, they drained all my energy. So they've drained everything from me and wanted me to walk. And like, so they could justify making me pass out. This is the type of stuff the government does. This is the type of stuff the government does. Excuse me. I don't have service. Could you text and see what time the bus comes?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is it normally in an app or can I just do it from the internet?
From the internet. Actually, it's a text message. 321.
Oh, okay.
321-123. But you're going to text YB. Well, YB has to be capital. 1146.
That's nice.
Isn't it?
That's
I'm looking for the number 13. 403?
Yep.
Okay, cool. That's not too long from now. I've been waiting like 45 minutes.
Oh, that's okay.
And like most of the guys that were passing by, they were foreign, so they didn't have, you know, they couldn't connect to the server. So.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Thank you. I just synced this with the app on my phone. But they hacked into it and it won't count any steps and I can't sync the time. It will not count steps. So they're keeping this from working. They told me they want me to continue and count steps the way that I've been counting steps. Or counting, you know, miles. because I'm actually walking way more than I record. Okay, a filter tip, Black and Mild. It's the cigar that I was talking about. Okay, I'll take one of these. I'll take this and I'll say I'm putting this away for emergency. It then becomes their task to make me to crave this, you know, beforehand. And that's a really hard craving to bring about. It takes me a while to finish one of these off. But when they don't like to see me save anything, and they don't want me to have anything around or on hand, because then I won't spend money. Like, it's all about depleting my dollar. Normally how I can tell when they're orchestrating something, like playing sounds, or, you know, put shape-shifting, putting sounds in my environment that aren't really taking place, I'll record, and it'll be obvious that it's not taking place, because what I can hear internally and what's being recorded conflict. Well, it's been about 6 or 7 weeks ago now when I first did this sew-in. They made threats to recede my hairline, and they gave me a couple of shots like right around the top of my forehead. As you can see, my hair has absolutely thinned and been pulled back in that area. They changed my flyer again. The last version that I printed was on the 7th. This is it. Let me open it back up. This is not what it looks like. As you can see, I can't even talk right now. They're keeping me from talking. So the copy that I printed is different than the copy that is in my email. They deleted or switched the copy that was in my email. This was pretty much almost complete. Like, as you can see, I just have a couple of corrections to make. But now, this is insane. So they hacked into the printer and wouldn't allow me to print double-sided. I must have went through almost 50 cents trying to get it right. Like, I've been making copies damn near all my life. They were turning the copy upside down, so when it was scanned the opposite side, they rotated so that it would print the front page, the same 2 pages front and back. And I was trying to get it where it would print. This is so exhausting. I don't even know why I'm talking about this. Like, probably because I'm tired of this shit happening. I wanted to talk about dreads, you know, and just how men and kids are wearing them these days. Like, there used to be a time where you had to have some substance, or it represented you having substance to you knowing something. And now people are just wearing them like it's a fashion statement. That's a disgrace. They're trying to get me to close my window. They suggested to someone that I'm allergic to pollen. And to support the suggestion, they want me to close the window. So they've been doing torturous stuff to try and get me to comply. Scrum out. It's about an inch in a row so far. Some areas are growing quicker than others. As I punch in FedEx and attempt to go and fill out an application again, they one of the guys go, "Didn't I tell you we ain't letting you work at FedEx?" Injected something into my front tooth, this one here. Okay, when I got in last night, or later after I got in, I tried on they made me forget my partial. I left the house without it. Okay, so I'm back. I'm walking to save a lot. So there's one, like, I don't know, about 1.5 miles away from me. Anyhow, when I got in, I put everything away that I got in from Kohl's, because I got a $300 voucher from Volunteers of America. They assist when you need clothes for interview and work and things of that nature. So I come in and I start trying my stuff on or whatever, and I wanted to take I wanted to make a video of how these items were fitting, and they enabled disabled the camera so that I couldn't record. They're still not ready to take this fat off that they put on, so they've been doing any and everything that they can from keeping people to look into the issues that I'm talking about regarding fat injections. Instead, because they don't want to put the weight back on the females that they've taken it off of, they decided that, you know, eventually they'll just let me burn it myself, like, instead of taking it off. We're talking about an excessive amount of weight, 40 plus pounds. So yeah, I wanted to show how it fit and couldn't. But this also makes it easier for them to predict what I'm going to wear to the events. Because they have to, they're trying to make it appear that I'm not, they're trying to make it appear that their predictions are correct. So when they come up with their script of what I'm going to do for the day, they have a checklist. And when I don't do something that deems me obviously unpredictable, or when I, you know, you get what I'm saying. I am limit me to the amount of places that I can go. This is a place that they've deemed that they don't, this is the place that they don't want me to go to. This is a place that they've identified as not wanting me to show up here. I told you I ran into this issue in the past where the imposters that work at these places don't want me showing up there. So if that means that they have to orchestrate me getting caught stealing or something like that to keep me away, then that's what they'll do. That just took place a couple of days ago at Target. And the only reason they're not doing it at Walmart is because it'll end up falling into the city of Akron's hands. And their jurisdiction. But at a location like this, at a store like this, I wouldn't steal. They just don't want me coming here. Like, these people, when I show up, they start pressing them about what they have to give back. They start taunting them about what they can't do, because they're not in a position to carry out evil and malicious crimes against me. So they'll harass the imposters that they have in place. That's why these people don't want me showing up, because when I show up in their locations, it puts them on their radar and they begin to attack them to try and get them to attack me. I told you what happened with the iFitness watch that I got. They the second day it was working, but they had rigged it by then so that it would not record accurately. On my iPhone, it's set up to where it won't record any steps that I'm taking. It's not even registering. So this is another thing. As I'm writing down the amount of miles that I walk daily on my end of month roll up, they're telling these people that I'm lying. They're telling these people that I'm lying, and they're saying, no, look at her watch. Her watch says nothing. She didn't go nowhere today. No, look at her iPhone. It doesn't have any steps. She didn't go anywhere today. No, look at this footage. She sleep at 12. She still sleep at 12. We sedated her around 7 or 8 this morning, but she still sleep at 12. She didn't go anywhere today. People right now in the city of Akron and in your city too that have never aspired to do anything, and then suddenly they're executing other people's plans because they're the devil. They're doing the devil's work. Okay, I just got back from Save a Lot, and a couple of guys passed me. Well, a few guys. It was 3 of them. They passed me, and they were trying to like wave me down, but I kept going. Anyhow, they eventually tracked me down. One of the guys I've met on 2 separate occasions. Okay, the first time I met him would have been at the hospital, at City Hospital. Him and his sister were there, and that's weird too. He was calling her his sister then, and now he's calling her his girl. But him and his sister were there. They were waiting on their mom or something. The second time I met him was at the drive-thru. I was leaving the drive-thru and he was going to the drive-thru. That day he gave me his contact information. And and I texted him. And I was like, hey, you know, what's going on? And he was like, nothing. He was like, because he was trying to get me to link up with her, with his girlfriend. They're into some promiscuous activity, like she goes both ways, this, that, and the other. But he was claiming that she also knew something regarding some subject matter. Like, I wasn't into any of the other stuff, but I don't even know how I ended up texting him, because I wasn't interested in anything. I think he talked me into like coming by and just having because he was kind of like begging that I come by and have, you know, just have dinner with him. So I'm like, okay. He's like, because you ain't got no friends in the area, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. I call. As soon as they told him, he didn't remember where he knew me from. He didn't remember where they knew me from. And once they realized that I could recall all the details, they told him to stop communicating, and he stopped right away. It was like, yeah, we're going to throw some stuff on the grill tonight. I wish I could show you these text messages. And then he just fell off the map, stopped saying anything. So, stopped saying anything. And, which was good, because I had already kind of like started easing out of the situation anyhow. But they told him who I was, and he stopped responding. So then I that's not good. Talking about the way that I was turned. So let me see how it says. This is turning into a longer video than I thought. Anyhow, he fell off the map. Today, when he pulls up or whatever, he pulls up with 2 guys in the car, and he's like, hey, what's going on? They're like, hey, what's going on? This, that, and the other. And I'm like, I've met you before. And he's like, who, me? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I met you before, you know. He's like, I was like, yeah. And he was like, oh yeah, yeah, at the spot or whatever. But he recalls now he recalls meeting me at City Hospital. He does recall the last time that we met at the drive-through. So he's like, oh yeah, at the drive-through. And I was like, yeah, or whatever. And I was telling his friends, they were like, how are you? Because they were like, the one guy in the front, the passenger side, was trying to, get the details. He's like, yeah, we stopped you, this, that, and the other. Like, can we take you out to eat or something along those lines? And I was like, no. He was like, why not? I'm like, I really don't have the time. And I'm like, besides the government is attacking me or whatever. He was like, oh yeah, that's right. He's like, man, she really think the government is attacking her. And so his boys immediately go into like stuff about chemtrails. I'm introducing a couple of things like nano. So he's like, yeah, I've heard about nanobites and, chemtrails. And they're like, he's like, I've heard about, black people being the first people, so they're going by everything that they already know. And I'm telling them, like pretty much that I have a ton of knowledge. And so now the driver that I've met a couple of times before is trying to act like, I've never enlightened him on anything. So he's like, so, yeah, like his conversation is completely different from ours. And they were trying to control my responses so that I wouldn't pretty much check his ass. So I'm handling this like, really cordial, especially for what's taking place. It wasn't the two new guys. It was just the one that I've met a couple of times. He was trying to completely downplay what was taking place and kind of make it seem like it was an illusion, And meanwhile, his homeboys are talking about aliens and, all types of stuff. What were the other topics? People that they follow, like Little Pharaoh and the other guy, talking about tattoos and, and I told him, I'm like, I'm Christ's mother, like I'm telling you exactly who I am. And he's like, so, and he was like, asking like, because who was I? He was like, who do you think you are? And I'm like, I'm angelic and I'm predestined. I was like, but he was asking like for contact information. I'm telling him, I'm like, I don't got a phone. So then the driver's like, so if I give you a phone today, like if I give you get the money to take the money and get you a phone today, like, you know what I'm saying? Then can I take you out to eat? And I'm like, no. And so his homeboys now are like, they should be picking up on something. You know what I'm saying? Like that something must have took place that neither one of us are discussing in front of them. But that goes on. We're still talking about, what's been done. And then they get on the subject of guns and they like, you need protection, you know what I'm saying? Like this, that, and the other. He's like, let me show you what I just got, blah, blah, blah. But the two new guys, they're like, yeah, you need protection. When people are willing to help, they don't understand. I told him, I'm like, let me explain something to you. I'm talking about eugenics and demon possession. Like they've possessed my people. Right after that, it was like they were bringing the conversation to a halt, so in a way, you know what I'm saying? Like to a quick closing. Everything started leading towards a closing. And but because I was trying to get them to understand, like the fight that I'm fighting, one, everybody's not meant to be a part of it, and two, that was them. They just pulled up again. They know these guys. They know the people across the street. I had to hurry up and get out the way. Okay, I have some information that I want to add regarding why I called, because I can remember why I decided to text him now. I texted him because this was around the time when I got a housing kit. One of the caseworkers at CRRC put in a referral for a housing kit. It's like a $600 kit. You get like a vacuum cleaner, some pots and pans, and other little stuff for the house. And they let you buy commissary. You get food. So this is around that time. I've gotten approved already. The only issue is getting there. I can't set up an appointment to go pick these items up because I have no way of getting there, and I don't know anyone with a car. the one person I knew with the car at that time was the landlord, and he wasn't dependable. So I'm like, I don't know anyone with the car. And so I'm like, yeah, even though I know who this guy is, like, maybe I can just establish a rapport long enough to go get these items and then, you know, exit the acquaintanceship. So that's what made me text him. But the phone that those text messages were on, they shut it down. Since we're not in a phase where they're telekinesis in items, when they don't want me to show something on the device, they just shut it down. They shut that phone down. The text messages were on there. But like I said, once they told him who I was, he stopped communicating right away. It was like, oh yeah, come over for a bar. We're going to put some stuff on the grill later. You know, like, why don't you come over now? This, that, and any other. And then he just fell completely off the map. And that's how we stopped talking. And another thing that I wanted to talk about that I meant to mention first, but they removed it from my memory. I hate that so bad. This whole memory removal thing is a big, big problem, because as soon as you pretty much go on, they remove like bits and pieces and little details. And then you go on, and once you're done speaking, once I've stopped recording, then they put all those bits and pieces and details back. And I'm like, I left all this out. Like, how do I put this in? But it completely messes my video up. It completely messes my video and my intention up. But I was going to say, if you're paying attention, you can tell that I was sensing something the entire time. When I made that little clip right before they showed up, that 4-minute clip right before they showed up, in that clip you can tell that I'm sensing something, like I'm picking up on something. Not only am I listening to what the government is saying as I make my video, but I'm also picking up on what's near. So I can feel things that are near me. I could feel that something was coming. I could feel that something was about to happen. So that's why I kept looking around and, you know, just being aware and vigilant of my surroundings. And lo and behold, they showed up. To hear me, and it's driving him crazy. So they sped off, and then he backed right back up. I had stepped back off the porch. This is the type of shit they do to these people. So he knows I'm telling right now. They're talking to these little young girls across the street. But they know the people in the blue house next door also. This is crazy. And the reason that I came in the house is because I told them that I was still another 3 minutes away and I was just going to walk. So I walked until they bent the corner, and then I came back and went in because they stopped me right in front of my place. Look, they're arguing with the girls next door. Wow. These are the same people they were just talking about being spiritual. That's another thing we were talking about, the difference between spirituality and religion and things of that nature. So they had one conversation with me, same place, just about 10 minutes ago, 10, maybe 15 minutes ago, come right back in the same space and have this exchange with these young girls. They still in school. But what it boils down to is those surveillance were really trying to get me inside so that the people across the street went and spot me. So anyhow, let me try to pick up where I left off with this message. So I'm like, no, I don't have a phone. No, I don't have this. No, I don't have that. No, you can't take me out to eat. And so he's like, and now, yeah, that's what I was saying. It was quickly headed towards an exit. So I was telling him, I'm like, hey, he was like, man, I've been trying to get you to link up with my girl or whatever so you could, what I'm saying, talk to her this, that, and the other. And so you can talk to her this, that, and any other. He was like, man, we stay right around the corner, blah, blah, blah. Like, why don't you just come by later? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay, so now I'm like, okay, write the address down, knowing that I have no intention on going. And so they write the address down and give it to me. And that's how it led to the exit. But I came and I said, and I was thinking about things. I was just thinking about how he was completely trying to downplay the situation, like, and based off of, he knows that I can recall more about our encounters than he can. That's the part that bugs these imposters. Their position is never solidified because they know that there's someone that can recall more about their actions and interactions than they can. These are the items that I got yesterday. That's a large cardigan. These are all blouses, or in a couple of tanks. Shorts. When I wear shorts like these, I don't like them to fit like they fit most women, so I always get them bigger. But I'll show you what size I was in the past. And they didn't fit. So, I mean, I got down pretty small. Like I said, I was less than 150 pounds. 160. So, I don't know, maybe less than 150, somewhere like that. Anyhow, and these are stretch shorts for working out. To clarify, in that video, I said that I got down to 157 pounds roughly. And I also said they didn't fit. Those shorts that I showed you, the medium pair of Old Navy shorts, I could fit those shorts. I was saying that they don't fit now, just to clarify, because the way that I said it sounds out of context. So I was saying that I could no longer fit those shorts now, but I could fit them in the past. Up until last year. I wore them a couple of times last year. Okay, of these $300, or of these items, 2 blouses don't fit, and they're the same size as these other 2 blouses. Matter of fact, 3. These 3 don't fit. The cardigans fit. Hold on. The number is right. The items are wrong that I'm touching. So the cardigans fit. These 2 blouses fit. These 2. And this one does not. This one does not. And this one does not. The tanks are fine and the shorts are fine. One of the females just went off saying they are going to make her as small as these other people because they're realizing that we are sabotaging her weight. And they've still been packing fat on. I told you, let me see. Last week, I walked. So far already this month, I've walked almost a little over 20 miles. I've walked over 20 miles. And every day I've had an issue with fat injections. Where is it at? Problem every day with fat injections. So as I'm burning this weight, they're still giving me fat injections. When I got on the scale today, I was 197 pounds. And my meals, where is that at? Are under 2,000 calories. This was the first day that it was even questionable. Like, I probably still didn't go over, but I just marked it out anyhow. For the month of May, I walked 118 miles. I don't believe, I might have noted it in my later, my more recent videos, but those won't be a part of this divine disclosure. They won't be a part of part 3. And I annotate that information normally on Twitter. It's included in my end of month roll-up. But 118 miles the month of May. Teriyaki. Another thing, they were these people are being instructed. I mean, I never feel like I have to tell anybody everything that I'm doing. I was coming from the grocery store, so even though I have on a backpack, nothing was in it but food. And I normally do keep flyers on me, but as you all know, I'm going through the revisions of my flyers. Like, I'm trying to get it to a product that I'm satisfied with. So I was telling him, I'm like, I protest and, I pass out flyers, things of that nature. And he's like, well, I ain't even got a flyer yet. Like, you ain't told me nothing. First of all, I talked quite a bit, and that's another thing he said. He said, oh, yeah, did you ever get that chip out of you? And I said, no. And he said, man, she be hearing them talking to her. She said people be talking to her and stuff. I said, yeah, it's the government. So he was, like, completely trying to downplay the situation. What is it? So I was telling the guys, I'm like, I don't have any flyers on me right now or whatever. But I told him, I was like, so you ain't got no contact information. I'm like, you can find me on Facebook. And that's when I had told him, my profile picture says I am Crisis Mother. So I gave him my name or whatever, looked it up, and sent the friend request. What the government is wanting me to do is they're trying to get me to start displaying, like showing who these people are, because they're looking for someone who can move against me legally when my character is the only one that's being defamated. Okay, I just said that they're trying to get me to start identifying these people, but they want me to start identifying those that I don't know. And I'm making this clear because in my more recent videos, I am identifying people, but I'm identifying people that I've known 10 plus years, like my cousin or someone I went to school with. They want me to identify these random people that I come across. Okay, so I want to give you an example of how they'll try and sabotage the decisions that I make. My soap costs $8. There's no variation of it. Like, there's not a cheaper one. There's not a more expensive one. Like, that's just what it is. Okay, when it comes to brown liquor, I do have a preference. And it's Hennessy XO, which is like $100-something bottle. I can't afford that right now. I'm actually getting like the cheapest thing. Like Paul Masson, costs us like $12. But they'll say she won't buy her soap, but she'll go and buy this. The reason that they invade my thoughts is so they can seem like they know exactly what I'm going to do. So as I'm sitting here thinking through stuff and thinking about how I'm going to go about it, they're taking note, and then they'll go and say, this is what she's going to do. A way on me to think of something that I'm not going to do, so that they can try and influence that, or try and change it. You know, I told you anything that anything that I don't want to do, I'm trying to keep from doing, or I want to do, becomes their what's the word I'm looking for? It becomes their task, I guess, for lack of a better term. It becomes their task then to make me go against it. So if I say I'm not, or either they'll save it and wait and use it as an attack. So use it to get an attack approved. So if I were to think something like, because mind you, I'm not saying these things out loud. Like when I say them out loud, sometimes the people or the agents in the area, like they can hear what I'm saying. They're allowing these people to hear what I'm saying. I don't like the way that came out just now, but I'll clarify somewhere else. Sorry about that. Anyhow, so they will, if I were to think, I'm not going to the liquor store no more after this, they take that, they go tell someone that she says she's not going to the liquor store, and if she do, I'm gonna fuck her up. This is what I'm going to take. This is what I'm going to take from her. Or if I said, you know what, I'm not going to stop by the library today. I'm just going to go to the center. And then I end up going by the library. They'll make sure I get nothing done there. So they'll say, no, she said she wasn't going by here, so I'm going to make sure she's not getting anything done. They're trying to get me to stick to their script, so it appears that I'm predictable when I am not. It's today in the mail. It's my gift card for the Goodwill. There's only $30 on it. She said that they give out anywhere between $30 and $100. Now that could have just been a mistake on her end. At $30 is possibly the max. That could be so. But if that is not the case, and what she said is true, I'm not sure why I didn't get the max. Because the way that I wrote up my reason for the need, it's obvious that everything was taken from. It's obvious that everything was taken from me, and that at the time I had nothing. Now they were expedient about it. I just filled out that request on Monday, and I got it already like by the weekend. I'm not sure if it came today or yesterday. Well, I did check my mailbox yesterday and it wasn't there. So yeah, it came within a week's time. But as you know, I went shopping yesterday with the $300 voucher. But at the time that I applied, I had, you know, you've seen my closet, like, and everything that was in there prior to that $300 voucher was stolen, with maybe 2 or 3 items that I had left over. You know, pretty much what I was wearing when I returned from California, or a couple of items that I left at my mother's place. A major problem with the speed, the pace that I walk, because it's an indicator to those that they're showing these clips to, that it's an indicator that I'm healthier than they're saying. It's an indicator that how the attacks that they're carrying out are manifesting are false. It's an indicator that the attacks, that the reports regarding the attacks that they're giving are being falsified. Is how I meant to say that. It's weird how they can just scramble words. It's like they'll see the statement and just rearrange it, and it comes out nothing like what you planned. So, and you can see that in a lot of my videos. Most of the time when I'm reviewing, if I don't catch it right away, I try to clear it up later on. And I'm getting more and more mad as I walk. As I get closer. Where is that coming from? There's no reason why that glare should be there. This kind of stuff over. So anyhow, I'm getting more and more pissed as the closer I got to the liquor store, because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about, you know, just all the things that I entertained in the past, like getting a liquor license. And you know, like every time I talk about it to a buddy or something, they'd be like, you know, those are hard to get. No, it's not that they're hard to get. It's just that they're controlling who gets them. If you're not a foreign individual, they don't want you to have one. There's select few. There's like certain types of people that they'll allow to have them. But what's going to happen when no one has them? What's going to happen then? Because that day is coming. That day is coming. Were pausing. They were stopping me from saying what I wanted to say. But they expect you, these foreigners expect you to drag you, the devil's people. They're the devil's creation, and they hate you. They hate black people especially, but they expect you to drag your black dollar into them every week, or sometimes in many cases every day, and spend it with them. They don't greet you with a smile. They half the time they don't tell you thank you. And this is what possessed black people tolerate. They don't have a problem with it, as long as they're getting what they want. The devil's kids piss me off, taking up all the sidewalk and looking at adults like, I'm talking about, these are kids. Just frowned up. Mugging adults. And taking up on the sidewalk. Like, you see me coming from the opposite direction. Is this dog gonna be right here? You see me coming from the opposite direction. They know I wanted to see this dog up close, so they said they were gonna take him in. Where's the dog? There you are. With your cute face. You're not mean. But yeah, these badass kids. The sabotage go on immediately. After just like these people are crazy. So they go right as soon as I'm done, they go into, she be fucking these men in ways we don't want her fucking them. No, I don't. No, I don't. That's a lie. That's a lie. But let me tell you what that's for. That's a suggestion that's going to be used for tonight. This is what happens. They're able to prove that I have a little bit of alcohol in my system, however much of it they allow me to get. They're letting these police hear me talk. I could tell that he lost his mind by the way he turned the corner. He ain't going nowhere. He just trying to figure out where it's coming from. Look. That's crazy. So anyhow, the suggestion is going to be used for tonight. I'll have alcohol in my system, however much or however little they allow me to get, but there'll be some in my system. So when they test the clone will have alcohol in its system. They you know, they have cameras that can pick up energies. They have cameras that can pick up energies. They'll have energies laying in bed with me and suggest that I had sex. They'll show an old clip from back when I was messing around with their imposter, and then have someone lay next to me all night. And then have someone lay next to me all night. And when they try to do that, and I have not had anything to drink, I'm like fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't be still. It aggravates my field so badly that I can't be still. Like, so I'm constantly tossing and turning, you know, just trying to get comfortable, can't get comfortable. So eventually they sedate me to put me out. But because they've already told people that supposedly I don't see this guy unless I've been drinking, this is what they're telling people. This is what they're telling these other agents. They they wait until there's a little bit of alcohol in my system that can confirm, you know, that this is what was taking place. So I'll go to sleep after I have a couple of drinks. They'll be busy cropping, snipping, putting things side by side, using footage from 3 months ago to make it appear that something took place that didn't. All for them to later on have to tell the truth. Because it always comes out at some point or another. It always comes out at some point or another that I haven't seen this guy in months. Like, I never have anyone at my place. So eventually they catch wind of this and realize that they've been attacking me and taking things from me for no reason. They'll entertain the places that I've been. Right now the subject is South Carolina. A guy just rides by. I have a friend. His name is Pun. He's a big guy. Rides motorcycles. Or he's a biker, I guess, because it's a biker when you're part of a motorcycle club or whatever. So this guy rides by. They suggest that I'm in South Carolina visiting a friend, yet I'm on foot. So they even have people being in places so that they can be used for a suggestion. House Cross Street had quite a bit of company today. They can take footage like that, make it transparent, and overlay it, which means that they can then rotate it and sit it in another yard. So instead of it looking like it took place where it is, it now looks like it took place where I am. They just took it and rotated it. You know, it's the same type of driveway, everything. It fits. Then they'll make suggestions that these people have been waiting outside for me all day long. Because they're just kind of hanging out. So they say these people have been waiting outside for me all day long. As I'm trying to get up and get myself together and go. They're doing stuff to keep me from getting out the door. And then as soon as I get near it, you know, like moments before I head out, they'll say, no, we're going to tell them to leave because they're going to lose their mind if they see her. They're going to lose their mind if they see her. This is what they're saying. And literally, moments before I come downstairs, they're pulling out and taking off. Never catching any sight of me. Never catching any sight of me. For example, how suggestions are used. I am having this cocktail that I've only had a couple of sips out of, as you can tell. I was washing dishes. I drop a container. I bend over to pick the container up. This drawer is pulled out behind me. I bump into it. I actually hurt myself. But they used the suggestion and said she's drunk and she's breaking stuff, implying that me bumping into the drawer was done in a reckless manner and that it was going to break the drawer. They care nothing about me hurting myself. Covert professionals do is they mess with the people that they have in place. They mess with people who, I hate to say reincarnated, because sometimes it takes place like at different stages of their life. Someone who's borrowing a body or a government agent. So those surveillance and they mess with and taunt those people all the time. So there's times where they treat those that they're living with bad just to make it appear, you know, that they don't care about the individual, you know, because they'll taunt them about caring for these people that they're whose lives they're in, and they'll do things to let them know that they don't care. It causes them to mistreat, you know, the people that they stay with or the folks that they come across.
Every day.
What makes me different from other activists is that I know and I'm unveiling that people are possessed. For that reason, the government can't take the same approach. Big Pharma cannot take the same approach with killing me. They have to try and kill me, someone with such a clean slate, in an unforeseen way. So they have to use science. They'd have to use science. They have to use the matters of that which I'm aware to try and kill me versus just running up and shoot me, because I already know that they're possessing people and I'm talking and telling about it. I have no one, so I'm not showing up like with groups of people flocking behind me. And so I can't draw a crowd, so to speak. I'm just telling on what they've been doing to people for so long. Yeah, so they have to try and kill me in a unforeseen way, which is why they were trying to kill me with science. It's 5:37 and they just woke me up. This window, I don't know, I guess just to aggravate me, but anyhow, this window is cracked. It's cracked. They're not allowing any of the air to come in. This has been going on like for the last week. They won't allow any of the air to come in. It's like a block right in front of the window. And then they pulled the cover back like a little bit off of me. But this whole thing with the air not coming in, it frustrates me so bad, because when I wake up with my nose like half plugged or stuffed and the heat blowing directly in my direction. So I'm looking for this air and can't get any. That's what it is. They're not able to mutate or I guess not even manipulate, but they're not able to duplicate my energy, which is why they want a child. Imagine how pissed I was when I tried on a pair of dress slacks today that I normally have to safety pin. Like, and I didn't even remember that I used to have to wear them with a safety pin. I just, when I put them on, the safety pin popped. As one of the guys yelled that he don't want me wearing none of these other people's clothes, I can't quite figure out if he already made a prediction of what he thought I was going to wear tomorrow. He already made a prediction. So, me going to Goodwill today, being obviously pissed about the way these slacks fit and trying to replace them, throws off the prediction. And I don't know if he doesn't want me to mix brands or mix, like clothing brands, or if he doesn't want me to mix the stores. Because now you have Kohl's. It's probably the stores. You got Kohl's and Goodwill. So those are the two associated with this interview tomorrow, or this event tomorrow. Okay, real quick about the items in the store. That started happening many years ago. And although I was taking note and noticing it was taking place, I had no idea it was being done purposefully. The first time I witnessed it was in Georgia. I believe I was in Norcross, Georgia at the time. So this is around 2011. There was a couple of products at the Family Dollar near me, or maybe in the area, somewhere in the area, that I will always go to a specific location for. And they took the item off the shelf so that I stopped coming. And I mean, eventually I stopped showing up there for it, because that's really all that I was showing up for. That was the first time I noticed. And it's been happening ever since. I'm talking about a particular type of pasta, a particular type of water, like flavored water. The list goes on. They're not allowing me to think of all the items that they've done this way yet. Okay, what I was just explaining, or attempting to explain in that video, is for every one that I'm getting something from, it puts me on a company, corporation, or industry's radar. It puts me on their radar, and in this particular case, I'm dealing with Kohl's, Goodwill, and Volunteers of America. You can even throw CRRC in, because that's where I got the Goodwill voucher from. Now, that's 4 different entities, 4 different places I had to show up in order to get, the $300 voucher and a $30 gift certificate. That's 4 different entities that I had to deal with in order to get that accomplished. They have to give a take for every entity that I deal with. So that's 4 different takes, 4 different sorts of suggestions. And they never want one to know about the other. So they're trying to keep Kohl's and Volunteers of America separate from CRRC and Goodwill. You see what I'm saying? They don't want one to know about the other. And by me mixing brands, when they see clips of what's taken from the event the next day, and they're looking at what I have on and comparing it to the prediction, they want to know where the pieces came from. They want to know where the pieces came from. Because they're trying to justify whether the attacks that they're making are correct or not. The item back on the shelf at this Dollar Tree on Waterloo Road, and they were telling me, you know, pretty much they were saying that the item is back on the shelf because I had no way of coming here, and they told me, they said, we keep telling you these people don't want you in their places, so they'll take an item off of their shelf that I come from, because I always come for like 1 or 2 items. I go to so many places, like they'll take an item off the shelf to keep me from coming. So if they don't have it often enough, I'll stop showing up. I'll show you something. I'm having a salad. They're mad about this salad that I made. It's really good. It's like tuna, like a tuna mix with fresh chopped lettuce, tomatoes, and cucumbers, and it's got a little bit of egg in it. So they're trying to make it absolutely torturous. Once this salad will show up in my system, and that when I eat this salad, I eat it like large quantities of it. They're making it absolutely torturous. So the bowl that I have, not too big, but I mean it's a decent sized salad. I want to show you what's happening from the cold, and they're using it for a suggestion. Like I told you, the way that their system is set up, they're just capturing footage with no audio, so they're able to suggest whatever they please. When I make these faces, I'm in pain, but they're suggesting that I just can't stand the taste of salad and I never eat it. That's what's happening. Something else that should be noted is I'm only eating with like 2 or 4 teeth. I have no bite on my right hand side. My shoe over here, I might occasionally hit between these two. And that's occasionally, like I'm chewing with these 2 teeth right here. So I don't have any fucking teeth to chew with as it is. And they making my whole mouth sensitive. Like my entire mouth. I'm talking about places where I don't even have teeth are sensitive and cold. Like when I put this cold salad in my mouth, that my entire mouth gets sensitive. I want you to see how they're continuing to attack my mouth. Especially my gums. These 2 teeth, the 2 I'm attaching together, that's how I eat it. See the swelling? And they're actually, that song has, I don't know if that's like, it's not necessarily new, but it's not really old either. The tooth dropping down like that. As you can see, it's come down quite a bit. From this angle, you can tell. They're doing a number on my mouth, but especially my gums. It's my gums that they're attacking the most. At the job center, and I just pretty much got hired at Dollar Tree, but I'm still searching. I had jobs that I wanted to apply for today, and what they're doing is they're stagnating my mind. I've been sitting at this computer for about a half an hour, and I have not gotten anything done other than logging into my email. When it comes to me searching for sites, like I'm logged into all Iomian's jobs, I can't navigate they'll keep drawing my attention away from it, so they'll distract me to keep me from actively. Oh, you can't see me. They're looking into the future. It's 2:34, and they just woke me up. I haven't been asleep anything but maybe 10-15 minutes, and they just woke me up. I woke up to, they're using the music that I've been listening to against me again. So songs like Anita Baker's "I'm Giving You the Best That I've Got," that I got is being manipulated. I woke up in the middle of a suggestion. They were playing it back in my voice. So that's taking place, but also they've looked into the future and they're not pleased with how today's event with Dominion is going. There's something that took place that they're mad about. So they're attacking me, making suggestions, trying to pull off false sacrifices. It's almost 3 now, and I can't recall which brain waves are associated with sleep, but I think it's gamma or something like that. Anyhow, as soon as I begin to doze off, they'll make suggestions again. The suggestion will aggravate me and wake me. They'll quickly remove it from my memory so I can't recall what they said. But the suggestions are surrounding deaths. Once. What else have they said? As they constantly go off about how I've lost my mind if I think I don't have to give them anything. That's what it is. Other suggestions surround and are manipulating why I'm not going around my family. They're suggesting that they've been given some sort of approval and they're trying to link it with me not going around my family. Also, at the same time, they're making me itch, so they'll give me an itch in an area and then make a suggestion behind it. Like, for example, they'll touch or tickle, like, the top of my, like, my vagina or my butt. And as soon as I go to, like, scratch or rub, they'll make a suggestion that it has something to do with being unclean. Now they're talking about how they saw me filming what was taking place at the job event, and that people are going to know that there was no reason why I should not have gotten the position. Now they're talking about how my pillows are giving away everything because they're obviously white. I don't have slips on them right now. They're pillowcases. And they're saying that because what they're doing with their camera tricks has made everything appear another way, and what's appear in a way other than what's being captured in reality. So as you can see, my pillows are white. And I suppose they're making them look dingy. And the worst part about it is I'm like a still target right now. Like, they're shooting all this electromagnetic radiation and the frequency right directly at my head. Like, what do you expect someone to do? Like, you can't escape it. You can't escape them. Right now they're talking about my uncle and how they've made his body a comfortable place for spirits to be. How how and where they're reallocating his energy. How he's living with, I'm trying to recall everything they were saying. How he's, something about his condition, and they're talking about him living with my other uncle, and they're also talking about how he's doing the same thing that my grandmother used to do. Keep in mind, I'm pulling from like bits and pieces from a bunch of different conversations. So they're talking about how he's doing exactly what my grandmother used to do, and how she would stick up under my uncle, my other uncle, the handicapped or the mentally ill uncle, mentally retarded uncle. When she was sick, she would stick up under him, and they're talking about how the one that they paralyzed is doing the same thing. Because his energy, I suppose, it comforts them, and they get the body heat because they get to a point where they cannot stay warm. They're always cold. They're talking about how they're going to make my mother look more like my uncles. Now they're talking about how people are going to catch on that the only person in our family that's in Akron that's not being messed with is my brother's imposter and his family. Because that's who they've chosen to be on a regular basis. Now they're giving me pain in my toe because they said they told me that they don't want me mentioning him. Imagine experiencing pain and not being able to express the pain that you're feeling. Like not being able to verbalize or vocalize an ow or, like anything that would let someone know that you're in pain. They're keeping me from vocalizing and verbalizing the fact that I'm in pain. So they'll induce plenty of it and look at me not be able to say anything about it. So I'm feeling it without being able to expel in a way, like nothing comes out. Ouch, ow, get off me. Those are all word phrases too, that they could put stops and blocks on. But what's happening is my core just tenses up, like my entire core will tense up. And it's like it's absorbing all the pain. Now they're talking about how once I'm on a regular mattress, they're not going to be able to do what they've been doing as far as manipulating what's actually taking place. Is screenplay. You know, they'll crop two images that took place at two totally different times and sit them side by side to make it appear that it's one experience. It's 5 a.m. and I'm just waking from an orchestrated dream, and my heart was racing so bad. I want to tell you what happened. First of all, my uncle was in the dream. In that dream, he got sick, and I kind of cared for him, and then it quickly switches to another scene when I'm with my mother, and she's attacking me, like physically attacking me. The scene quickly changes to another, and I'm in a store, and I'm in the back of the store near the door, and this is a different variation of an orchestrated dream because this time they're using it to gauge my responses and see how I handle situations. This is kind of like the divergent dreams, and then there's other orchestrated dreams that they just allow me to watch. You know, it has nothing to do with my response or anything. It's just kind of like a filler. So in the past, they showed me in a dream where they saw me getting shot or see me being a part of a robbery. It was like at a corner store. Guy comes in. They caught wind that I saw them, and he comes back out after me. And I was so this is what I immediately recall when I'm in the back of this store. I'm going to tell you what happened. So I'm in the back of the store, and I'm trying to decide what I want and how much money I have on this gift card. And this guy comes out, looks at me, and walks towards the cashier. But he comes out, he's in a black ski mask, and he appears to have something in his hand. But it's obvious that he's going to go and rob her. I take off running. I'm talking about like I'm running lightning fast. I get down the stairs, get out the door, and I lock him in with her. I lock him in with her to buy myself time so that I don't get shot. I responded that way based upon the dream that they gave me in the past. But their reads, you know, like my mental response and stuff like that, you know, shows that, you know, I must have believed that he wasn't going to harm her, and that was a way to catch the robber by locking him in the event that he did, you know, like, or either way he gets caught. They said it was self-preservation. The dream was so real though. I woke up like I was terrified. My heart was racing so bad. That's another thing. It was also supposed to represent how in touch with reality I am. Because as I was taking off, leaving, running down these stairs, in my mother's voice, they play, "Kita, are you in here?" I knew that she wasn't a part of this scenario. And they knew that if I thought she was, I would have turned back or handled it differently. But anyhow, at any rate, had I thought that she was a part of the scenario, I would have failed. They sedated me. So they said they can't stand for me to be so efficient. I was going to be there before the event started. Now I'm going to be there 20 minutes after the event starts. It's from 10 to 2. Okay, I'm headed there, but as you can see, my face is still pretty much asleep. I'm hoping that the ride, it'll be like a 45 minute ride. It'll wake up before I get there. As you can see, my face still hasn't awakened. I've been up since 7:45 and it's 10:03 right now. Why when people are scrolling through their social media pages, they don't like anything but garbage, like irrelevant matter. If it's anything that makes any sense, if it's anything that's spreading the truth, if it's anything that's trying to enlighten people, they ignore it. But now you know why. They're possessed and they can't give anything that points in the direction of the truth, attention. Right now they're discussing how my blood circulates in places that others do not. So the event is over. What's taking place is there's no actual job postings right at the moment, but the company is kind of undergoing like a purge, where they have a lot of retirements coming up, so people are leaving the company and they have positions to fill. So over the next, probably like this, I believe he said like pretty much throughout the rest of the year, they'll be working on hiring and filling those positions. So nothing yet. And this is one of those jobs that will probably hit you up months down the line. With companies like those, nothing is immediate. Like, it always takes months before you're actually considered for employment. The problem always has and always will start with women. How are y'all getting checked by men that are riding the bus? Some of you would say because you're riding the bus too. If you're riding the bus, nobody need to be hitting your phone. You shouldn't be having sex, you shouldn't be doing nothing. If you're riding the bus, your vagina should be on strike.
Like I said, he got mad, he got getting my
But instead, y'all got bus beef. Bus beef. Or are being checked by men that are riding the bus. Here's what they were doing. They got mad a couple of months ago because I gave my neighbor some barbecue chicken. Or no, because I cooked some chicken that he asked me to cook. When he asked me to cook it, they told me not to. They told me they were going to sabotage his taste buds and that they made sure that the salt stood out more than anything else. I just made some, but the problem is, hold on, I'm going to tell you what I made. The problem is they've been doing that ever since. So every time I've made barbecue since then, except for once, and I told you I make it like every couple of weeks. So roughly 3 times since then. They've so 2 of those 3 times they messed it up. Like they made it seem so salty. It was like I couldn't taste anything in it but the salt. So they told me they were gonna mess it up. This time around, today I made barbecue chicken and fried chicken, peppers and onions, and brown rice. I'm taking my neighbors a plate because I want somebody else to witness it. I doubt they'll say anything to me about it. But the damn barbecue chicken, like the fried chicken is perfect, but the barbecue chicken obviously tastes a little salty. It's the oddest thing. I don't know how they're doing it, but they are. Crazy. And now I'm a super big critic about my food and the items the things that I cook. So under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even give this stuff away. But like I said, I just kind of want someone to witness it. And I doubt they'll say anything, but that's what happened. Okay, today is day 2, and it's the job fair. They did the same thing. They sedated me. They sedated me. Today, how much they gave me is not as bad as yesterday, but it impacted my morning worse than it did yesterday because I'm off to a really late start. And they're still attacking my weight. I barely ate yesterday, not because that's what I just kind of picked off of a taco salad all day long, and then later on I had some tater tots. And of course I was moving around quite a bit. But they gave me fat injections again, and they're doing this so that these people that I come across supposedly will feel better. This is supposed to make them feel better and find me less attractive. Okay, 2 things about this last video. In some of the videos, you'll see that when I wake up, my face is swollen. Sometimes that's a manifestation of, them beating me while I'm asleep. They'll beat on the clone as well. So sometimes I wake up and my face is really, really swollen. Something else that I mentioned was barely eating. You hear me mention often barely eating. And I want to clarify what barely eating means for me. It means that I'm eating like I normally eat. I don't eat a lot. It doesn't take a lot for me. And I don't fall into any sort of real category. You never know how I'm going to have my meals or when I'm going to have my meals. But I don't eat a lot. I never have. So that's what I mean when I say that I'm barely eating. But I eat enough to, maintain. Daycares exist because mentally ill, irresponsible people exist. Like I said, Satan's people, the possessed, owe Satan a child. When they have these children, they don't care. It's not a real passion of theirs to raise it. It's not a passion of theirs to raise it. So they're not doing all that they can. But anyhow, they put them in daycare. Any parent who would let multiple people see their child's private part is mentally ill. Because no parent in their right mind will go for that. No parent in their right mind wants anyone coming that close to their child's. And they'll say, well, we have to work. Well, we have to do this. First of all, like I said, irresponsible. Satan's people are irresponsible. These aren't planned pregnancies. You didn't plan to have this child. If you planned to have this child, you would have planned to have the time off to be able to care for it in the way that you needed to. But instead, you're counting on the state and the city. Those of you with jobs too, you're counting on the state and the city daycare. A lot of things happened yesterday during the Dominion event that I wasn't able to really touch on. For example, like when it came time for me to speak, they were shrinking and lightening my voice, like so that they don't like when people can hear the authority in my voice, and they don't want these people getting intimidated. I often intimidate people, and they don't want these people to be intimidated when they're speaking to me, so they'll change my voice. So when I began to speak yesterday, that was the first thing I noticed. Then also, I had a loose fit with my partial, so you could tell that there was obviously a foreign object in my mouth. What else? So much happens in a day, like, and I try to capture as much of it as I can, but the truth is, like, I don't give it any energy. So as bad as I'm trying to paint a very real picture of what's taking place, I don't have time. And with today's event has a radio presence, like some sort of sponsorship, I presume. This is normally the type of event I would want to go to and promote myself. Like, spread the word about what's taking place. Now let me tell you how the devil will play you. If I were to go there and be passing out flyers about what's going on with me, with a header like being attacked by government agencies, these people would have me escorted out. They would have me escorted out. And if I go and don't say anything at all, the same people will say, I would have never known she didn't say anything. Yet had I said anything, those would have been the same ones running around trying to find security, letting them know that these are being passed out to people. So imagine how frustrating it is for me to be in this type of setting and have to, you know what I'm saying, I'm tired of having to fake like every fucking thing is okay when I'm pissed. I'm beyond pissed off. I'm beyond insulted. I'm beyond fed up. A lot of people are going to die over this. It was heels. They were mad about seeing me in heels, so they would they were purposefully making my feet hurt. And I noticed, like, everyone that I came across, like, some of the imposters make it obvious, like, before they look at me, they look immediately at my pumps as if they couldn't believe that I was in them. I managed to remove my resumes from my mind. Now, the reason that they removed them wasn't because I was coming prepared with them. It was because I identified the jobs, like the companies which I was going to apply for. And they wanted me to get here and kind of have to just free for all. Right now they're discussing, I had a cookie, how they be laughing at these young girls trying to do stuff to get these guys to stay interested in them. There were images associated with their statement But I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, like, if they only knew, if these young girls only knew that they can't contort their body in a way that would ever matter, like, there's nothing they can do to keep the interest of the devil's man. There's nothing they can do at all. Like, they'll never be the only one. And then you got many women in the same position, like they just don't know that it's taking place. They don't know that it's taking place. But back to my original statement, it always starts with the woman. The women are the problem in this equation. These young girls are the problem in these equations. They're not young ladies. These are not young ladies that we're dealing with. So something that I wanted to note about yesterday that I never got around to is that when I walked in after, you're probably wondering, like, what about when was yesterday? Okay, yesterday was the Dominion event. Today was the job fair, and I have on something different now, so there wouldn't have been any real way for you to know that. But when I walked in, excuse me, there were two men and the girl. And it was like a scene from the movie in Get Out. It was like a scene from the movie Get Out. Shit like this. That pisses me off. Anyhow, like a scene from the movie in Get Out. Black truly is a new fad. Like, we're in now. Like, it's more conducive to the plot to be us. Everybody standing up front, all three of those two men and that girl, were possessed. And I'm the only one in the room that knew. Now, make no mistake about it. The people, the attendees that were in the room were possessed as well. There might have been one or two people that were not. But I want you to understand that sometimes people are being led to that point. They're being led to the job that they're being led to for justification of an attack, for justification of possession. So, out of those 10, 12 people, like I said, maybe one or two were not. Another thing I wanted to say is that I want you to understand that what I'm witnessing the devil interact with the devil. I'm witnessing the devil interact with the devil. And they have no ties. They're having their own individual experiences. You know, they do dirty, filthy deeds of their own to advance or to be considered. It's nothing that takes place when they're standing face to face. It's nothing that takes place one-on-one, but it's more so about what you've done up until this point. That will really determine whether or not you're a fit. And And no one's looking into that information but the government. No one's doing any of this but the government and CERN. The government and CERN are like the two largest problems that the world has. CIA and CERN. Everything that falls under them is a problem as well, but the two largest problems are the CIA and CERN. When I awoke, I had to recover from being sedated. This is now Thursday. I had to recover from being sedated. So as I'm trying to recover from being sedated and working on getting out of bed, they started attaching things to me. And what it does is, I feel like I didn't properly explain this in previous videos when I was trying to tell you about how I couldn't get out of bed. So yeah, they began to attach things to me, and it weighs me down. It weighs me down, and it keeps me from getting out of bed. Now I recall a time or two me mentioning, gravity working against me or whatever. Like knowing what CERN is able and capable of doing with magnetic pull and energy, like it should make more sense when I say that I could feel myself, like feel them pulling me back. So I'll get up, I'll walk, I'll be in motion like right now, but there's an obvious tug at me, something trying to pull me in the opposite direction. And it's not like a regular pull. It's like something with the intent to drag. Something with the intent to drag. So imagine wanting to be able to jump out of bed and not being able to. Imagine wanting to just hop out of bed and you can't, because that much negative energy is on you, or either that much weight has been applied to your clone. Like, I still feel like this video is not doing it any justice. You have to realize eventually everyone will know how bad this is, because I'm going to make sure everyone experiences it. I'm going to make sure a lot of what's taking place with me, that the population as a whole experiences it. Okay, so now I want to talk about the normal for me. I always jump out of bed. Like a half leap. I've done that my entire life. I never roll out of bed. I'm never like sliding out of bed. These days I'm sliding and inching out of bed. And they told me that I was not going to be able to do any of the things that I used to do when they first attacked me. They let me know this when they first attacked me. That pretty much my physical activity was going to decrease. That it would be altered. So, around March 2017, when the government showed their face, and they're talking about all these things, they're talking about my family, they're talking about my anointing, they're threatening to kill me. They let me know that the type of attacks that they were going to put me under What's going to keep me from being able to function in the way that I normally function. So I'm no longer able to get out of bed the way that I used to be able to get out of bed. And that's a problem. I no longer wake up with the energy that I normally wake up with. I live a purposeful life. I wake up every day ready to attack the day, ready to attack tasks, ready to work. And I'm no longer able to wake up in that mindset. I'm too busy forcing myself to go. I have to force myself to do everything. I have to force myself to get up. I have to force myself to get out of bed. I have to force myself to get ready. I have to force myself to get out the door. I have to force myself to go to all the places that I need to go to. And it's a fucking problem. Everything about me exudes confidence. My walk, my talk, my demeanor. Confidence. I reek of confidence. So when I'm walking past people, they'll begin to like wiggle the thigh of the clone, and like it causes a wobbly walk. So they'll push me. They'll do all kind of stuff that doesn't make sense. And people can even see this occurring. People can even see this taking place, and they wouldn't think anything of it. They think it's me, probably. They think that I don't know. But they do things to throw off my walk in front of others. And even when others aren't around. It's necessary to note that too, because sometimes they just do it to piss me off, because they can tell that I'm always trying to figure it out. Being on foot makes me accessible to everything that I try to stay away from. Like all the devil's people, like they're able to just come in contact with me and cross my path, and they'll come right up to me and start talking. They'll come right up to me and start talking. And some of the guys who obviously don't, it's written all over them that they don't love themselves and that they have no self-control and no willpower, and they'll still come up to me and approach me trying to talk to me. And I'm sitting here, for the life of me, I can never, like, it's just the devil. Because how could you even think that you have any business talking to someone that looks like me? I obviously love myself. And I think the fact that I'm on foot is playing a really big role in their thought process. Me being on foot isn't being associated with no bullshit. It's not being associated with low tolerance. It's not being associated with uncompromising. It's not being associated with driven and eager. Like, instead, their thought association, what the government is gearing them to think more towards is wayward. You know, someone that's on their own. Maybe she wants a friend. In need. They have nothing to offer you, but they still approach a woman that they thought was in need. How are you gonna help me? And furthermore, are you willing to help me knowing that you're gonna get nothing in return? You can't get nothing from me.
attendants. I got a mask in there. That's why they're going in with the teeth. Let me call you back. Bye. So what have you been doing?
I'm still at it. Yeah, but last I heard from you, you were back with what's his name?
Oh, no.
What's his name though, Joe?
I haven't been, John.
John.
I haven't been near him in a year.
Yeah, right.
No, I swear. He went, yeah, I saw him 2 weeks ago. We were somewhere and I saw him. I started hyperventilating.
What's going on?
I can't, I'm not with him.
So what happened?
I don't know.
The CSS used me in the place was 30 point. I hated that.
Really?
We're filming. No drugs going on and drinking. I started drinking and you know I didn't drink
Yeah, I
or
know.
anything. Well, being there, well, I got a kid. It bit me. I got slammed in the door. And it bit me and my arms were all swollen.
Oh wow.
And he wants me on the antibiotic for a couple of days. But if that doesn't work, I have to go to the emergency room because it's called cat scratch fever. And when its teeth went into me, I was like razor blades.
Isn't that the last time I saw you when I came to the emergency room with you? Yeah, that was the last.
And you were going moving out of state.
No.
No, you didn't?
No, I wasn't supposed to move out of state.
Oh, I thought you were moving.
How?
I didn't hear from you. I called.
I was reaching out to you on Facebook. That phone that I had was stolen.
Aww.
Yeah, so, but I was worried about you because you were with John.
Yeah, no, I haven't been with them in a year and I'm still all messed up.
Good.
That part's alright. I just sit there. The people are so mean there.
Have you still been having issues with your phone? No.
I haven't even found that Apple.
Okay. Do you recall the stuff that was happening at
Oh, I
Haven Breast?
remember.
Okay. Yeah.
You remember too, don't you?
Oh,
Remember?
yeah. I do. I just wanted to see if you did because I run across people sometimes
Well, what
and
are
they
you
don't.
doing?
Still active.
Are you going to church?
No.
No.
I'm spiritual. I'm not for religion.
Yeah, I know.
What
So
about you?
what
What
are
have
you
you been up
doing?
to?
About looking for a job. I have to have surgery the 29th.
On what?
My intestines, there's a mass or something inside here.
Who keeps setting off that car? But yeah, no, it was good seeing you though, Sandy.
So what brings you here? You see the doctors here?
No, I come to get bus passes because they're cheap.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're 50 cents here.
What do you mean?
I'm not getting any services from CSS.
So where do you go? What do you do all day?
I can't stand CSS. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't want to be here today. So what have you been doing?
I'm still working on stuff, like still drawing awareness, still trying to. I protested last year.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
By myself. I
Oh.
was the only one.
Gosh.
I was the only one.
So what else have you been doing?
Looking for work.
Well,
Because I
the
need
Dollar
a car.
Tree is hiring. They need people desperately bad. I'll go with you. I have my application. Nobody will, I don't know how to take the bus. It's very good. I don't want to talk to half those people in there. They're just getting me in trouble lying about me.
The Dollar Tree, huh?
Yeah, the Dollar Tree's hiring. I'm an organized freak. You should see my place. It's really cute. I make all kinds of crafts.
Really?
I make candles, blankets, all
Okay.
kinds of stuff. You have to come over.
Yeah.
I don't want to have people over.
Right.
Yeah, you can come over whenever you want.
I need let me get your address.
1791
You got a piece of
on How's your grandma?
my great grand? She's okay, I suppose. I haven't been able to see her.
No.
No, I'm still being isolated. I haven't seen any of my family.
Nuh-uh.
None of my family. You know my mom's possessed.
Yeah.
The last
so
time I spoke with her,
Mhm.
she attacked me verbally.
Yep.
So I haven't been able to see her.
I got a BBC shirt too.
I don't have a
You guys
pen. We'll
want
have to
one of
wait a
them too?
minute.
No,
That's
no, I
okay.
didn't,
I'm
but I
over
got
time.
one. I take
Here's
people
the
up
house.
there. They're cool people. So I
I'm
get
actually
water.
trying to catch this bus.
Oh,
you got
no.
a piece
Yeah,
of
I think
paper?
we talked about that one time a while back.
Where are you going today?
You driving?
Headed to the library. I'm working on a video.
Yeah, I drive.
No.
Yeah.
What are you doing afterwards?
Nothing.
You can come around and make dinner.
Come over and make dinner.
I'll come make dinner for you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. What is it?
It's 1491 Verdon Odom Boulevard, apartment 305.
You said Verdum Odom? Verdum Odom. Where's that at? That's on the west
The
side?
old Rolling Acres. Remember where old Rolling Acres Mall used to be? Rolling Acres Mall.
I gotta get rid of it. You don't want to smoke it.
Okay. What you missed? Okay. What you missed is a lot. They stopped the video, and we spoke for another 4 minutes or so. But she was telling me about her mom and her her sister pretty much taking the money that she got awarded her Social Security. They gave her the back pay that me and her were applying for in the past. That's something that I was working with her on, and her sister kind of took over it. It's weird because right when she asked me, she told me that her sister was working on it before she asked me to take over. And right around then, like, it was a disconnect. Like, she just kind of fell off the map. But she was telling me about that her sister took the money and she wanted me to do some research for her and look into it. And I was explaining to her, you know, that now, back then I had the time to help her out, and now I don't have the time. That I'm busy with my own stuff. And she was kind of, you know, like, disappointed, but she understood. And she was asking, she kept pleading and asking that I come over or either call. And she told me that she loved me, and I left. Something else happened in between there that was vital in some way, shape, or form, because they wouldn't have stopped the video if it wasn't. And they obviously stopped the video from recording. I don't know what part of the conversation they saw coming up that alarmed them, but they yeah. Oh, maybe they stopped because right after that the cop approached us and he was telling her that she couldn't smoke over there, and he approached at the same time that I was speaking about the government, you know, still attacking me and interfering with employment. That's what happened. The officer approached and they stopped the camera. A couple of times they've used people just out and about in their work trucks to they'll have them stop and say something to me so that it appears we're having an exchange, and they'll manipulate what's actually being said. These guys say things like, they'll call me by the wrong name. They'll pull up, they'll say, "Excuse me, Rachel," and then I'll look and they'll say, is your name Rachel?" And I'll say no, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were someone else." And that's how it'll end. And you know, they'll pull off or whatever. That's happened on a few occasions. But even though obviously nothing took place there, I can hear them making suggestions that the conversation is going a totally different way. I was talking that whole time and wasn't even recording. Like, I hit record, they hit stop. Anyhow, I was talking about how the men that you come across throughout your day are hunters. These men are out here hunting. Some of them hunt on the job. Some of them don't have a job, and their job is to hunt while you're at work and they're driving around in your car. But they're hunters. These men are hunting for women. You can always identify them because they break their neck at every woman they pass. Their eyes are always between the road, straight ahead, and the sidewalk. They're looking at every woman that they cross They're trying to get a read on them. They're trying to get something that would give them a yay or nay, some sort of indicator that she'd be a go. What was I gonna say? Some of them are being given the go ahead, like, because they're able to manipulate your attractions and your thoughts. Some of these men are ending up, and not even ending up with these women, but able to get these women into bed that would have, under normal circumstances, never have had anything to do with them. So some of these guys have done enough dirt, have hurt enough people, that when they come across particular women, they're asking these people, those surveillance, well, why can't you manipulate her, into doing this like you did the other girl? They often ask, why aren't they able to get me to do things? These men don't understand why those surveillancing, those in the lab, aren't able to get me to do things. Why they aren't able to get me to go against my will when it comes to men. I was talking that whole time and wasn't even recording. Like, I hit record, they hit stop. Anyhow, I was talking about how the men that you come across throughout your day are hunters. These men are out here hunting. Some of them hunt on the job. Some of them don't have a job, and their job is to hunt while you're at work and they're driving around in your car. But they're hunters. These men are hunting for women. You can always identify them because they break their neck at every woman they pass. Their eyes are always between the road, straight ahead, and the sidewalk. They're looking at every woman that they cross. They're trying to get a read on them. They're trying to get something that would give them a yay or nay, some sort of indicator that she'd be a go. What was I gonna say? Some of them are being given the go ahead, like, because they're able to manipulate your attractions and your thoughts. Some of these men are ending up, and not even ending up with these women, but able to get these women into bed that would have, under normal circumstances, never have had anything to do with them. So some of these guys have done enough dirt, have hurt enough people, that when they come across particular women, they're asking these people, those surveillance, well, why can't you manipulate her, into doing this like you did the other girl? They often ask, why aren't they able to get me to do things? These men don't understand why those surveillancing, those in the lab, aren't able to get me to do things. Why they aren't able to get me to go against my will when it comes to men. At the university now, and they're talking about how campus bullies can't do any of the things they were doing before because now I have a place to live. So they're once again confirming that, they attacked me in the way that they were because I was homeless. And to remember to research how many calories were in a pound. This is all information that I once knew that I can no longer recall. So today I got the answer. It's 3,500 calories in a pound. So I'm just regressing a little bit. And I was thinking about, when I was younger, this had to be between the age of 11 and 14, somewhere between there. Every day for months, I do a couple hundred crunches every day for months. And I couldn't get any muscle definition. That's not why I was doing the crunches. The crunches weren't for the muscle definition. This is just me recalling that I never could build muscle as a result of doing the work. The reason that I was doing the crunches is totally different. So, hold on. If that's the case, now considering the reason I had to be between the age of 16, 17, it just seems like I was so much younger. Well, maybe I did them back then too. It was kind of like a habit. You know, I had an uncle that was real into fitness. Him and my brother, they would go running all the time, you know, cross country type stuff. But my thing was like crunches. I wasn't a runner back then. So, yeah, couldn't build any muscle definition. Guys is going off now, and when he goes off, he always does it in a whining voice. He's like, man, all these people don't know that this, that, and the other. Man, I can't believe this. She know more people. Okay, so anyhow, when I said that just then, he goes, man, she remember everything about these people. She knows stuff about their life that they don't even know. They gonna know these people ain't real. They gonna know this and that. Went off. Devices that were stole from me last year. You know, I was here during track season. So I stand up here and I watch, you know, the people that were running track. I watched them train and a couple of meets. I think I caught a couple of meets. But anyhow, the activity, you know, from family showing up down to who had the lead, you know, that those all brought about responses from me. So I was recording this stuff and talking about it. They took those devices. I'll give you an example of what took place with my car and some of the other items that have been stolen from me, like a couple of the tablets. And this is what happened. I just set these items down. That's my backpack. Has my ID, my social security card, my planner, and a couple of flyers in it, and my little iced coffee. Right around the corner here is the women's bathroom. I set those items down with intention to run to the restroom. In the past, what they would do when I would set something down and part from it is they would say that I was leaving those items for them to pick up. Now, I haven't set anything in a place. As you can see, it's vacant. There's no one here. So, I've never set anything where people were and left it behind. But there's been a couple of cases where I sit something in the area that I'm using, go to the bathroom, come back, and they make the suggestion that I was leaving it for them and take it. And it was pretty bad. Like, mind you, I'm homeless. I have nowhere to go. So when I get up in the morning from sleeping on the floor at the hospital somewhere, hid at the hospital somewhere, sleeping on the floor. When I get up, I'd go to the YMCA, get dressed, so that I could be, you know, like, just to avoid drawing any attention to myself, you know. So cleanliness was still at the top. That was like my priority. So, and that's what they were trying to attack, how clean I was. They began to try and attack how clean I was. And in the last video when I was speaking with Sandy, I don't know if it stopped recording before that part because I haven't reviewed the video yet, but she asked me about the YMCA and I was telling her that I got kicked out of there. And I didn't have an explanation why. When I called the director, he wasn't in, but I believe it had something to do with the crime, that orchestrated crime that the officer who lied on me did. Like I said, it was really bad back then. I get myself together. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to the library. I'm either going to go to the university library or I'm going to go to the public library. No matter where. Back then, they weren't really bothering me as much at the public library. It was just the university library. Everything about the university, they wanted me to stay away from it. They wanted, there were days when I walk into the library and they make everyone in sync turn and look at me come up the stairs. So I got 20, 30 people all staring at me. Mind control. So, like I said, it was really bad back then. The moment that I get here, they began talking about how these people don't want me here. They don't want you to use their paper. They don't want you to use their printers. They don't want you to use their restroom. Like, it's that much hate associated with what's going on. And so many lies have been told to manipulate the way that these people see me. Like, everything I told you back then, everything that I would say to those that were surveillancing me, they take it and show it to an imposter and be like, this is what she said about you. So when I come across these people, odd folks, just strangers, you know what I'm saying? They're giving me these mean mugs and these odd looks. So it was bad. It was really bad. And there's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not paranoia. They couldn't induce a state of paranoia, but it would obviously rattle my nerves. Like, I wouldn't be like sitting here nervous, but I'd be full of tension. And they could see the level of tension. Like, they have technology that gives them a read on everything that I'm experiencing. So they could tell that I was always tense, and if they see me getting relaxed, they'd attack me that much worse to get me to a certain level of tense. They wanted me to be tense all the time. They did not want to see me relax. Now, I want to give you an example of how real suggestion is. I've probably done this. I've done this in a couple of other videos. When these people, these imposters, the possessed, show up under suggestion, they show up under the impression that what they've been told, what's been programmed in them is real. Like, there's no way for them to gauge what's true and false. So they carry out and handle matters accordingly to what they perceive as true. Okay. It's been a couple of weeks ago now when I was at the transit center. A guy approached me while I was talking to a guy in a wheelchair. And he's like, hey, what's up? Like trying to give me a handshake. I wouldn't shake his hand. Like, hey, what's up? Hi, like, you remember me, don't you? And I'm like, no. And he's like, yeah, man, I've been having it hard. I got kicked out of somewhere because I was drunk. And I'm like, yeah, that's all bad. And he's like, but yeah, it's all. And I'm still won't shake his hand. And he's like, man, I was at the respite with you. And I'm like, no, you weren't. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, I was at a respite, but I don't know who you are. So eventually he pulled out his ID and showed me his ID. Still nothing. Now, there's only roughly between 8 and 12 people at respite at a time. I went there on 4 or 5 occasions, and I always interact with or get to know everyone around me. There were only 2 guys that I pretty much never said anything to, unless he was one of those 2 guys, which still wouldn't explain him coming up and approaching me like he knew me and like we've had an encounter. Then I don't know who he is. Unless he was one of those 2 guys, I don't know who he is. And if he was one of those 2 guys, like I said, we never had an encounter or an exchange. So there's no reason why he should be approaching me like he know me so well. But this guy was convinced that he knew me. And it got to the point where I was with the guy in the wheelchair I had just met that day, and he was supposed to be related to me in some way, shape, or form. It got to a point where even he would have to be like, no, man, this is my girl. Because I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm trying to bring it to a close without sending him off the deep end. I'm trying to bring it to a close without sending him off the deep end. But I'm not being friendly at all. I'm not being cordial at all. I'm just being stern. Because I don't know you. And, yeah, that happened. And he was under suggestion. He thought he knew me. And as you know, I now have a tracker on my phone. I put an app on my phone for step and mile count. I come to find out that I've been shorting myself anywhere from 1.5 miles to 2 miles every day, because I don't count the constant motion that I'm in. Or not constant, but I don't count the motion or the steps that I'm taking when I'm at home or doing the mundane. I'm not accounting for the mundane. So that's 1.5 miles to 2 miles daily. That, yeah, I never gave myself credit for. And that would be since December 2018, that would apply. Because when I was homeless, there was no place to be still for me to kind of roam around in or to do anything in. It was just, I started counting from the time I got up to the time I lay down. Okay, that's what I meant to say about the job fair yesterday. Not only are job fairs a scam, if you ask me, but if you get a chance to talk to some of the candidates, it's like a really, really sad story. I don't know. Well, the guy that I was talking to, his name was Chris. He was a prior service member. He was some sort of engineer in the Navy. Just by fluke, I asked him to see his resume yesterday, because he was talking about, having such a hard time finding a job and stuff like that. So at the top, there's like 2 Walmart positions, like an associate something and something else. And right underneath that is like his Navy time and service and, his engineering experience. Right away, I was able to identify why he can't find work. His resume shrinks him. And he said it used to be 2 pages. But, they kept at him about getting it down to 1 page. So now, chances are, he's took off a ton of information that actually better describes who he is, So, when I saw his resume, I wanted to cry. I felt so bad for him. When I saw his resume, I wanted to cry. I felt so bad for him, because all I could think was how poorly it represented his life's work. But it also further solidified my reasoning behind never giving a job so much of your time. Like, you know, people frown against job hopping for a reason. But people that job hop take their lives and their time serious. You know, like today, everything's geared towards, like, what can you do for the employer? I've always looked at it as, what can the employer do for me? What can the employer do for me? Why should I be giving the employer my time and my efforts? But something else that I was harping on pretty big, because I was looking for a place to stay, and everything was geared towards and in support of college students. You know, like, there were a lot of places that didn't even want to rent to you in the area if you weren't a college student. So that's one of the things that I discussed quite a bit on my other device, because that was a big obstacle for me. Quick, I changed out of the black Nike and put on my generic trainer. And I had to say something about this, just because I've never been able to experience such extremes. Okay, the reason that I got the black shoe to begin with is because I noticed that these weren't going to hold up well over time, not for as much as I walk. So I saw the need to get a better brand shoe. So, which, that's something that that's true to me. You know, in the past, I would never buy a bad shoe. I believe in getting a quality shoe, especially for performance. Okay. So anyhow, I just got done walking in one, you know, and outside of them pushing me and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, my foot never felt like it was unstable. Not my foot itself. I come home, I change it, I put these back on, and as soon as I hit the pavement, I couldn't believe how different it was. I could not believe how different it was. It's like night and day. It's like night and day. One does not compare to the other. And naturally, like anything, as time goes on, it wears off. But that impression is still there. So although I'm walking, and apparently walking fine in them, that impression is still there. I can tell that one is better than the other. That my walk feels better in one than it does the other. These mixed babies are all over. I think they outnumber everybody else. As flexibility and stride go, I can't put the same effort into stride, nor completely flexing my foot, because there's nothing to hold it in place. It allows my foot to give, if that makes any sense. So I wish I could. Then I would look like probably a Nike infomercial if I did that. If I explained what the foot is doing. Spend millions of billions of dollars a year in marketing to make products that are bad for you look good. So I'm at the park, but I was just sitting here and I was meditating on this experience. horrible smoking. Probably because I'm not a smoker. I used to like hookah a lot. But I was sitting here and I was thinking about those 1/4 of an eighth days that I mentioned in a previous video. God spit. And I was thinking about how all those 1/4 of an eighth days don't even add up to a complete day. This has been going on over 2 years. This has been going on over 2 years. And 1 month, that's 24, 26 months roughly. So 1/4 of an eighth, 24, 26 of those, we're roughly at 16, 18, 1/4 of an eighth, not even a complete or a whole day. That's not equivalent to a complete 24 hours. But think about it. That's a lot of clips. That's like 24, 26 happy clips that they can show up like, oh, she good. We ain't messing with her. You know, she fine. We cool. Like, she like us. You know, like, we're good. It's all good. And then you got the rest of that. Hold on, I'm trying to do the math. Seven, 740, 50, no, 760 some odd days that are complete torture, like complete and utter torture. So they take those 1/4 of an eighth and show them to one group, one person, two people, however many. And then all those days of torture, they're showing to people that like are about the torture. They're all about the torture. Like, they are enjoying seeing me suffer. They're enjoying seeing me suffer. They are enjoying seeing me suffer. This is mile number 12. It's my last one. I've had 12 miles. I didn't even smoke. Y'all heard Sandy talk about she didn't drink. She started drinking. They were giving her alcohol cravings. And she started drinking. I didn't get a chance to ask her whether she shook it or not. And I didn't give her a chance to tell her that I had been drinking either. Because I was just trying to see how much she was going to come up with and how much she was going to share and how much she could recall. And you see, she simply stated that she just remembers. And wanted to know if I remember too. How torturous and hell like the Haven of Rest was. And I chose to, I gotta spit, hold on. I chose to smoke at the park today because I had been smoking on my porch, but there's no peace on my porch. Like, I don't feel peace on my porch. And, you know, my neighbors are in and out and stuff like that. And I try not to I'm all about truth. So if I were asked, like, by my neighbor, hey, was that you smoking a mild the other day? I tell them, yeah. And I tell them why. And I tell them why. But as far as just like being out in the open smoking, like, No, that's not a way that I would portray myself, because it's not a normal state of being for me. It's bad if I'm smoking. So I'm trying to remember what I was about to say. They just completely erased my thought. They completely erased my thought. I was going to say. Anyhow, back to no peace. But if I do it away, I don't want any drama around my place. You know, I don't want to snap on somebody for, you know what I'm saying, like catching me in a way that, not catching me, for seeing me in a way that I don't want to be seen. You know, it kind of, it would piss me off because I'm looking for peace. It would piss me off because I'm looking for peace. I just want like 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes to be. And it would piss me off if someone interrupted that. So that's another reason why I smoked at the park today. Because if anyone were to say something to me, I let them have it. I let them have it. Because this is supposed to be a peaceful moment. Means that if it means that they have to drain me of every bit of energy that I have so that I can't get to something I was planning on doing, like cleanliness, I told you, is at the top of my list. And you probably seen, like, in my other video, like a few clips ago, like when I was talking about, I don't know how they did that to my food, or like how they're sabotaging my barbecue chicken. And I turned towards the bedroom, and there was like a small pile of clothes on my floor. I have to do laundry as well, so there's another pile of clothes on the other side that you couldn't see. But those pile of clothes have been sitting there for 2 days. That's stuff that I never let happen. That's stuff that they know will bother me. You know, just like not being able to get to things like I normally would. Like soap scum in the tub. Like, I've been wanting to clean that for almost a week. I've been wanting to get to that for almost a week. And every time they see that it's a thought of mine, they'll attack me. They'll attack me to ensure that I don't get it done. Here on my bathroom floor, like this weave, it's not supposed to shed like it's been shedding. Every time I comb it leaves like here on my floor. I just swept like the day before yesterday, and already there's hair on the floor again. That's stuff that bothers me, and they try to keep me from getting to it. Dishes. My dishes have been in my sink for 2 days. They're trying to keep me from getting to it. And normally I'm a person that washes my dishes like as soon as I'm done. I don't care if I live alone. I don't like to see it. And that's their right. Like, when they see that I'm getting aggravated or agitated about this, or I'm cussing them out over it, they're like, you live by yourself. Like, what's the problem? But those are the same images that they'll take and manipulate. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're telling me on one hand, you shouldn't have a problem with this, but they're using it against me. She's not as clean as she seems. The only thing they can't, it's my showers. Like, that's the only thing that lets people know that I am as clean as I'm supposed to be for who I am. And a lot of times when people see me shower, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all they need to see. That's all they need to see. To know that everything else has been like manipulated. It's been a blatant attack against me. Here because like they're mad about what I said about their imposter. Like, the one who's behind is dirty. Like, and he's a little guy, like, but his butt is dirty. Like, he's not cleaning himself the right way. And it's like, let me go into detail. Let me try and take my time with this. I can't even crack my neck. Like, they keep your nerves and vertebrae and stuff from working in the way that they're supposed to. I'm not able to crack my neck. I was trying to crack my back earlier while I was walking. I walked roughly 6 miles today, and I wasn't able to crack my back. Like, I was trying to get the air, like, deeper into my spine, deeper into my stomach, and couldn't. But, okay, with this guy, it happened on 2 separate occasions. Like, he scooted across my bed, and I had no idea, but I'm all over my bed. I just happened to lay in the area where he scooted one day and got this horrible, you know what I'm saying, whiff of like his butt. And the smell of it wasn't like, it was a horrible smell. I can't explain the smell, but it was bad. It was really bad. And it let me know how unclean he truly was. Because it's like, it's a homeless smell, but he's not homeless. And it was a mix of a homeless smell and like, but I don't know how else to explain it. But it was bad, and it's not a smell that you get overnight. It's not a smell that you get after a long day's work. It's like a smell that takes a while to manifest. Like, that's how it let me know that that's like a normal way for his butt to be. So you have some men that are like that. I've never been with one. But when they shower, they'll just like rub, like they won't get in the crack of their butt. They won't hit the crack of their ass. They won't hit the crack of their ass for some reason or another. So all that filth is just there, and it festers. And it sticks, and it has like I don't know. But this is someone that sleeps around like with multiple women, and I'm sitting here thinking, that was like one of the things that really drew the line for me too. Like, that was just like, oh yeah, this can't ever happen again. But there's women right now, like some of you are with men whose asses stink, and y'all just tolerate it. Like, and it's weird because, like, women are supposed to make men better. I could have showed him. But I ain't showing the devil nothing. Like, I know who I'm dealing with. Like, that's just not an effort that you put into a man that you don't care about. But true women are with men that you care about, whose butts stink, and you're not doing anything about it. Y'all just accept it. Like, they leave nasty smells on your bed. Like, your sheets are nasty, dirty. They smell like him. Like, and you probably even touch him back there. Like, I know a girl that was like putting her finger in a man's butt that was filthy back there because he liked it, and it stained her finger. Like, she still like had the smell on her finger. She was telling me about how bad it was, and then she's like, no, I'm serious. And she was like, Kiki, like, the smell is still on my finger. And I was like, no, you're lying. And she was like, smell my finger. And it smelled like her finger smelled just like ass, and she couldn't get it off after washing her hands. These motherfuckers got shit on them that soap and water can't take off. Like, who would do that? What type of woman does that make you? Which leads me to the devil's women are for the devil's men. Those are the only type of women that engage and condone in that type of behavior. Like, and that's just one of many things, you know what I'm saying? His butt, their butts are just one of many things. Like, these men cheat on y'all. They degrade y'all. They talk down on y'all, and sometimes they hitting on y'all. Like, who would tolerate that? The devil's women. That's what these women are made for. And the men won't stay because they know the devil. The men won't stay, and they keep you. Hold on. If they keep you, they'll do anything to keep you hanging on. They'll do anything to keep you hanging on because they can't lose you. They can't lose their hook. Like, that's how you take something from people. That's how you stunt the growth of people. You put a hook in them. But the devil's men look at women. I was talking about hunters earlier. They look at women like they're for them. They feel like they're supposed to be able to have as many as they want. Because they know that's why these women were created. For them to have their way. That's the world we're living in. Like, who wants to be a part of that? And they'll lie, and these women, they'll lie and they'll cry and they'll make excuses. And say, I told y'all the spirit of Keisha gotta go. As I said that, like, I stopped for a minute and they started conversating, and they're like talking about how they're taking some of this stuff off of me because pretty much because of what I just disclosed. But they were talking about how I know that these women are just as bad as these men. And they're talking about the cleanliness of these women. Some of these women are just as bad as these men. Some, not all. Just like the same thing doesn't apply to the men. Like, they're not all filthy. Some of them are really clean. They're just spiritually filthy. Like, they'll do anything for $1. Like, their mindset, their mentality is a check. Like, when it comes to raising kids, they have no interest in it. Like, they feel like that's the woman's responsibility. Like, I just added to my outline for part 1 of Divine Disclosure. Like, you know, like the influx I seen in men, like, it was just like, I couldn't help but take notice. I'm like, there's more and more men, especially black men, that are trying to portray themselves as being caring fathers now. You know, like, you'll see them holding the whatever those things are that you carry the baby in. Carriage? I don't know. But you'll see them doing stuff like that, you know, and that was not the structure of these families in the past. You know, you would see the woman holding the carriage, the diaper bag, and sometimes the baby. But they're trying to act like they're taking on part of the responsibility. They're trying to act like they're more involved in caring for kids that aren't theirs, kids that they had no business having with these bodies. They owe Satan a child. And the new look, because the plot always changes, was for them to look like they were more caring, for them to look like they were more engaged, for them to appear to be more father-like. So these are the things that they would do to try and fit into this image, to try and create this image. One thing no one can deny, having a child is the last thing that's on a young man's mind. So you should be looking at these young men running around with kids like something's wrong. And a lot of them were like put in situations. A lot of them quickly adapted to situations. And tried to fit a mold that they had no interest in. So you got the ones that are still being absent. You know, they don't care. Like the girl and her baby on the bus, the girl and her baby walking. You know, like she's experiencing motherhood on her own. But then you got those that are like, if you seen them and you didn't know them, you think they were good parents. You think these men were good parents. But meanwhile, they're bullying the child at home. You know, they're bullying the child that the last guy had, the last person borrowing the body had, because they don't have a connection with them. Like, it's so much deeper than it appears to be, and everybody's taking these looks, these images, you know, this one way of seeing somebody 1 or 2 times for face value. That's why I said you don't completely know people. Like, people be vouching for folks that they don't know. You don't know how this person is in their home life. Like, you don't know how these people are when they aren't around you. You don't know how these people are with their parents. You don't know how these people are with their siblings. You don't know how they are with their aunts and uncles. Like, but they quickly create a family of their own to create an image. You know what I'm saying? Like, they figure if they have this one thing of their own, they can make that look any way that they want it to. But you come from somewhere. Before you created a family of your own, you come from somewhere. You have a family outside of that. You have a family outside of the one that you created. And that's where the truth lies. Furthermore, outside of all of that, guess what they still find time to do? Outside of going to work and coming home and maybe they grocery shop with you. Maybe they I don't know. Maybe they still try to date you in a way, like meaning that they'll make time to take you out once in a while. But guess what they're still doing outside of all of that? They're still hunting. They're still looking for something else. They're still looking for something to have on the side. So yes, they're still cheating. They're still cheating. And they wanted me to see what the devil's man was truly like. Like they wanted me to get a real impression of what the devil's man were really like how absent they can be or how deceiving they could be. Because in the past, the devil was obedient to me. I told you I never had a problem in my relationship, but that doesn't mean that I wasn't with the devil. They just knew that they couldn't do certain things to me. They just knew already what I would and would not tolerate, so they were obedient. You get what I'm saying? And they were always quick to like jump into marriage. They were always quick to jump into marriage. And it's weird because I'm having one experience with men, and I'm looking at my friends have completely different experiences, and I'm like, why can't they get these men to commit? Why won't these men commit to them? Like what's going on? You know, like I know they're decent women, like, but why are they being treated so bad? This is before they attacked the women that I knew. Like, I kept a circle of decent people. And, you know, like, for some time I was like, well, maybe they just have a bad choice of guys. Maybe it's the type of guys that they choose. Maybe it's the type of guys that are in their environment. But no, like, the government controls all that. They control who comes your way and who pursues you. And some of these men were put in their lives to completely ruin them. Like, they take everything from these women. Like, their self-confidence, their will, their drive. Like, so meanwhile, while the woman's getting worse, these men are getting better. And they've moved on. They're like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 women down the line. So this is stuff I've been observing for many years. These are all things that I've been observing for many years. I'm a people watcher. I watch people. I observe people, and I'm able to decipher what's really taking place. And although I knew that they were with no good men back then, all I could tell them that they were no good and they needed to let them go. I wasn't referring to them as the devil. Like, it has in hindsight, the picture is so much bigger than that. It's so much bigger than that. It's like, I'm talking about women who were with men that loved them, and then overnight they change, and you know, now they don't want to be tied down. And like, yeah, I know we got a child, but I mean, I'm just trying to do me. I'm just trying to figure me out. Who says that? Who says that? Like, it was all good just a week ago. You were still in love just a week ago. What happened? Someone new showed up. And I talk about this, man, if I say this, it's going to take me into a whole nother 12 minutes. Y'all probably like, I want to hear these next 12 minutes. Go ahead and tell it. I don't feel like I have time, and I'm getting cold. But I will try and make it a point to revisit this because I have a primary example. Here's an example of what they were doing to my pants. They get them when I wasn't wearing them and tear up like the crotch area right in between my thighs, so that my thigh area would be out. So when I wear these sweatpants, I have to wear leggings under them. Same with like jeans. Like I had a couple of pair of jeans that they did this too. If they didn't ruin them this way, they were putting they would bust my pins. Like they bust the pins in my backpack, and they like ruin the back of my shirt, sometimes the pants, or I take it out and they get on my pants. The worst part is when I was approaching Sandy, she said, "Oh my God, it's you. I can't believe it. I'm going to cry. I was just thinking about you a couple of days ago." So she's going on and on about how she's been thinking about me and how she can't believe it's me. And I was actually not even going to stop and talk to her. That's how bad this is. I was not going to even stop and talk to her. First time I sweated, and not all over, but I sweated on my forehead a little bit today. It's the first time I've sweated since last year. Okay, and remember, when dealing with nanotechnology or CERN, organizations like CERN, they deal with particles, you know, particles that make up matter. That can sometimes be the air, you know, things that are in the atmosphere. And I wanted to reiterate that, you know, they work with dimensions too. Okay, in different dimensions, the particles are different. So although the same perfume is a good example, although I may wear X perfume, X name perfume, okay, I can wear it on this day when I'm in this dimension and it may smell great, but I can wear it on another day when I'm in another dimension and it'll smell horrible, because there's particles that have been removed, that are missing, that are probably, I'll even go as far as saying is being added, because sometimes they add to change your experience. So that's why sometimes things smell good, sometimes they don't. Out here, normally I have this window cracked. They started making it smell like cat in here, like just this small hallway area was smelling like cat. It would smell like cats were spraying. Now there's no way, obviously, that, you know, a cat that was spraying could make it up here unless the smell is so strong from downstairs that it's coming in through the window. But I don't think that that's the case either, because it's literally stuck right here in this particular area. It's not the entire hallway, just right here. It's never happened in my bedroom, and you know I keep that window in there open all the time. Today I came in and it smelled like cat spray. So that has something to do with what dimension my room is in, with what dimensions also deal with portals that allow things to come in and go out. I don't think this is not going where I want it to go. I'll show you something. I want to show you what I look like at this current weight. This is at 196 pounds. Okay, and they go, you look fine. Like, we like you at that weight. Like, why don't you? No, they go, you look fine, and we want you to be okay with being that weight. No, I'm heavy. I'm very heavy. And let me show you the type of things that yoga pants hide. Stuff like this. Like, yoga pants are hiding this. You get what I'm saying? And this is something that I would normally not have to hide. Normally my stomach would just be flat on its own. Like none of this would be here, and now my stomach protrudes and I can't see past. I can't see under. I can't see under my stomach. I can't see under my stomach. So all this is being hidden. And I feel like this isn't giving a good image. Earlier when I was in the bathroom, it showed it really well. Can you see that? See? None of that existed. Hear what they constantly do to the fixtures when I get settled in. That's nonstop as soon as I get settled in. Prior to me getting settled in, it's not taking place. What they're trying to do is they're trying to push me towards the library. They've told me time and time again, we want you to go to the library. But I feel like that's to put me on someone else's radar, because they would attack me really bad when I was going to the library. They would always attack really bad when I was going to the library. But I also think that they're trying to get me to run in to someone. I told you at the library is where I had the experience with a guy that was trying to negotiate on behalf of the government. So they were using him to talk to me. And my intent, my purpose for being here right now is to work on some notes that I wanted to retrieve from a Dr. Umar. Ouch! And Dr. Yosef bin Yakin. I wanted to take a couple of notes from some of their older videos, and so that I can incorporate their studies into my divine disclosure. That day they were trying to get me to run into someone. It was one of the guys that I met early on that kind of approached me in the same way that the other guy did. You know, they just kind of, I was talking to someone at the university library, and I was telling them about the government attacking me. And, you know, he walked up to his computer and was like, I'm here 2 seconds. Oh, yeah. Jump right in on the conversation. and claimed that the same thing had happened to him and that he was from a gifted family. And I even think in one of the videos that I took downtown when I was passing out flyers or protesting that he might have been caught on it. Even though I cropped him out at the end, I think that he's still, like, for maybe a millisecond, it shows him or shows a conversation that we're having at the end. But they were trying to get me to run into him that day. I noticed as soon as I left out, or actually I noticed from up there where I was, moments later, he was crossing Exchange Street, running across, right by Speedway and Odd Shop. He was headed towards the strip or McDonald's. Something else they're doing is they're playing sounds as if there's someone else here. Like they'll wiggle keys and then they'll play like a conversation and there's no one here. So these are all things that they're doing to disturb me and get me to leave. Everyone that was in the building, like anyone that I would have bothered with my internal dialogue or with the video I'm watching, like they're all gone for the day. So this is just about keeping me from getting done what I came to do. A few people still here. Like I told you in the past, they would do things like run the elevator. Like they would constantly run the elevator. They have access to everything that's electronic. So they would run the elevator back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They'll have one of the students in the area come and act as if they have some business there, just to kind of show up and surface, to create activity, to make it appear that there's activity on the floor, and then they'll leave. These are the type of things that they were doing in the past. Talk about what they've done with my partial. They took and they added some acrylic to the top around the gum. So it now, let me see if I can get a good. They're not going to allow me to focus with this. You can see they're still split my nails too. But yeah, so they added acrylic at the top and near the pink part. It has a slight bend to it that it didn't have too. I'm not really able to capture it. But anyhow, it causes this partial to fit differently. So now this tooth hangs lower than my other front tooth. You can tell the difference in my videos. Yeah, you can see it in the videos. Now the two front teeth aren't lined up. One appears to be bigger or longer than the other. I want to show you what happens when they get off of me. They're not allowing me to experience my true emotions. So as soon as they get off, like the video that you just saw, now they're jamming my thoughts. But anyhow, there is so much see, I can't even talk. And they're trying to they're talking right now. They're trying to give me an example of why they do what they do. They want me to think that they're trying to help by keeping me from experiencing how I feel emotionally. But anyhow, when I see and review videos, my emotional response is bad. My emotional response is really bad. I'm not able to think. I had like just a short phrase that I wanted to say to clarify and can't. And now they're saying it's because they don't want me in these places crying like I cry. Because I'm a firm believer in crying. I encourage people to cry all the time. So now you see the difference between me purposefully acting about what's taking place and how I truly feel about what's taking place. Imagine, just imagine all the topics that I'm talking about, all the experiences that I'm having, all the pain that I'm enduring, all the attacks that I'm undergoing. Just imagine. This is just an example of how they can make the 190 something pounds look different on different days. So for a week straight, to give you an example, for a week straight, I'll be 190 something pounds. The weight won't change. In this example I'm giving, because under normal circumstances it fluctuates back and forth, but not normally. It's fluctuating according to what I burn versus getting a fat injection. But for this example, let's say for a week straight I'm at one weight, it's 190 something pounds. They make the weight look different on different days, so they'll redistribute the weight, and it won't be, or remove the bloat from my stomach, so it doesn't look as bad on one day as it does another. I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
Do you recall when people remember that the government wasn't for the people? You don't? You think the government's for the people? What about hospitals and doctors? Do you recall when people knew they were evil?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, thank you. For hours and look like I just woke. None of these work. I've even tried the ones that I don't like Monster. Like, none of them work. they withdraw the ingredients as soon as I take them in. I don't get any of it. And it's induced by a craving. You know, I get it to satisfy the craving, but it ends up wasting my dollar. I mentioned to you that I think smoking is like the absolute most nastiest habit that a female could have. Like, especially cigarettes. Cigars are horrible too, but cigarettes are even worse. Okay, so they just orchestrated a mess. That's what they did. They orchestrated a mess. Their intent is to stain up all my shirts. For one of two reasons. So either I don't have any, but I really think that they were hoping that I would resort to just wearing the two that they stained most recently. I have a pink shirt that was stained and I have this one. And they want to make it appear that I eat fried foods all the time. So as I thought to myself, well, I guess I'll just wear those two shirts when I fry food. They, you know, were kind of like, that's exactly what they wanted to happen so that they could have a bunch of footage of me in the same shirt. So that they wouldn't be limited to how many times they can manipulate that footage. Anyhow, I was frying in this pot. I was frying. So first of all, I was using oat grease. They made it like it was a black foam on top, like everything that was in it burned to the top. So I bring the pan over here. I'm just going to scoop off the black film off top. As soon as I went to put the spoon near the pot, it like pops, you know, from the water. But it was bad. But that was enough for them to shake the pot in my hand. I held it steady the entire time. So they shook it and made it spill on the floor. Which causes another, which was the mess. It was like all over after that. So I quickly put the pot in here. And, you know, ran water on what was remaining, which made a bigger mess. I know water and grease don't mix, especially hot grease. But, yeah, it turned into a mess for me to clean up. And I just came home to eat. But they're mad about a couple of things. They're mad about what took place at the library. They're mad about what took place at the park. And they're mad about these gray leggings. Y'all look a hot mess now. This is the government. Like, nothing's bad enough for them. One is my appetite. They keep talking about they can't believe through all this. I still have an appetite. And that was one of the things they were hoping they could kind of manipulate when I was at the psych ward. They didn't want me to eat there. They tried everything to keep me from eating there. Like, they messed my meal up. They tell me, you know, that the person preparing the food was going to take something from me, this, that, and the other. But that's one thing. I really want to talk about how they're darkening my complexion. They found a way to manipulate it somehow. And I haven't been in the sun that much. I walked 6 miles yesterday, but there was an overcast. This is what I just pulled off of my foot. I just pulled this off my pinky toe. And they've been, this issue is like a fungus issue. that I have with my pinky toe, my left pinky toe, it occurs on and off. It's been happening since I was probably 2021. It came from right here. And this is, like I said, it's been taking place since I was 2021. But normally all of this will like just open up. And I normally combat it with baking soda. But I wanted to talk about my nails. They're not painted right now, obviously, because they're keeping me from getting to it. But I want to talk about how dark my nails are. This one, they're growing underneath. This has never been that thick. And they're starting to grow underneath. Now, I took note, it's been about a month and a half ago, of what was going on with this toe, because I could feel them. They stuck a needle right in it, like right in it underneath the nail. And for days, it was in pain. And I'm going to show you the change that I've noticed since that took place. But these two are darker than they've ever been. Normally, they look like healthy nails. But now they look like nails that are being attacked. I told you my cousins and grandmother's feet were similar. Uncles, same thing. Real dark. And sometimes they let them grow out really, really long. Like, they can't do anything. Like, I'm the one that normally clips their nails. Now, what I've noticed since they did this is the toe that I injured in Iraq. The nail never grew back correctly. Since then, it's just been kind of eating itself up. And as you can see, all of this is dead nail. Like, I'll eventually pick it out, or do something to clean it up. But since they did that, this has all just been opening up. It's like it's creating a nail underneath. This is the bottom. They're not as bad as they normally make them right now. I suppose I told you, this is one of those things that solves itself. They'll put a lot of dead skin on and then they'll take it off. And right now, as you can see, there's not an excessive amount. I used the restroom before I left home, and they waited till I got back to where I was going, the library. I was just coming back to connect to their Wi-Fi. It's Saturday, and they close at 5. It's 6:40 something, almost 7. So they wait till I get back here and give me the urge to pee again, and it's bad. It's like they're pressing on my bladder. So hopefully I can find somewhere where I can relieve myself. And if not, I suppose I'm going to have to walk all the way back home. And it'll be a wasted trip. Imagine this for a moment. Parents that have to bring their children, small children, to the park where there's teens that are talking about people being high. And private parks. Like, that's what you have to share the park with, these ill-mannered teens. They have no recollection of the environment that they're in. All they know is what they're doing for the moment. I have to experience this, being in bed and not being able to get comfortable and being sort of pent there at the same time. It's obvious I'm uncomfortable. But this has been going on about 3 hours. And they're trying to keep me from getting to... There's 2 things on my list for today. I wanted to finish watching a short documentary. And I wanted to cook. They don't want me to do either. They want me to stay up late at night and do it. So they want to drain me of all my energy during the day and then keep me up at night. That's deception. That's deception. Shirts because the other shirt I was so snatched that you could see my back fat, or the back fat that they gave me. I was reflecting on my body and I was thinking to myself, I was just like, all of this, like, to have my family in its authentic state and to not have to do dishes. I hate doing dishes. I'm gonna still have to cook sometime. Like, to not have to do dishes and dust. And then that went into, like, we were never meant to be laborers. You know, like, I'm a queen. My mom's a queen. Like, my children will be kings and queens. Like, and when I had that thought, they couldn't help but chime in on me leaving my dad and brother out. Like, they were never meant to be kings. They were never meant to be kings. That's why they pose as them. People who were never meant to be posed as. I've been a queen my entire life. I didn't need to flaunt it. I didn't need to hear it. I didn't need to proclaim it. That's just how I am. And it's like become a title that people just pass around and pass out so foolishly. Women are being called queens who don't have queen behavior. Men are being called kings who don't have king behavior. I was sitting here and I was thinking about I forget what brought me to the thought, but I was thinking about how I would reprimand my relatives in a way, like, about having kids, and I would kind of drill them, like, why would you bring children into a world like this? And this is like 10 plus years ago. Like, why would you be bringing kids into a world like this? And then that made me think about my great-grandmother. She's 105. She'll be 106 this year. It made me think about her and, like, a discussion that we had where she was telling me, you know, like, you got to think one of her grandsons have, like, 18, 19 kids. Something like that, some obscene number, some reckless, irresponsible number. She was like, you know, people shouldn't have more than 2 children. You know, like, poor people should not have more than 2 children, and I believe in that. I firmly believe in that. But poor encompasses so much. Like, there's a lot of people who have a little bit of money and they're poor. They're still poor. They're mentally poor. They're spiritually poor. Yet they feel that's the devil. They have these children because that's one of their obligations to save. And in just weeks, I'll be 35. It is the 10th of June. The 23rd of June, I will be 35 years old. For the last couple of days, they've been pulling from my vagina. But making reference that they're replacing, like as if they're putting back what they took out. So that would be hormones. They turned my radio on. Just knocked my phone out of my hand, and now it has a crack on the corner. Like when stuff falls unexpectedly, or it just doesn't make sense, that's the government. Like, they do it all the time to people. Like, they'll knock something out your hand, they'll push you, they'll bend your bone the opposite direction of which way you're turning in hope to fracture or break. Like, what they're doing is they're telling the imposters at the places that I have to visit. I'm at OMJ right now, Ohio Means Jobs. They're telling them that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. They'll show them a clip that they have of me smoking a Black and Mild, or they'll show them an old clip of me that they have, an old clip that they have of me drinking, and imply that that's the reason why I'm not getting here until 2. I've been up since 10. So what they'll do to kind of support that suggestion is they'll make my face look like it's not awake. As you can see, I look like I just woke up, but I've been up since 10 and it's 2. So about the drinking and smoking, those were probably some of, outside of sex, those were probably some of the most difficult suggestions for me to witness, because I'm responsible in every way, and I was being sabotaged. Like, they sabotaged me to get me to sleep until 10. Like, I mean, not sabotage me, but sedate me to get me to sleep until 10. Like, I can have a couple of drinks and get up and do everything that I need to do with no problem. Just like some of you can. There's some of you that are the devil's people. I just cannot help but put an emphasis on the devil's people. They are not bothering those people. You got them doing stuff in the bodies that they're borrowing that they can't afford to do. But anyhow, so yeah, that was like really frustrating for me to witness. And then on a few occasions, like I said, they sedate me to keep me from hopping up and, getting at the day to support suggestion. Man, I was just looking at my hairline again. But I'm using this in place of a yoga ball to break down the toxins on my back. An hour and a half in, and so far I've only done like the right side. I'm at the very bottom of the right side now. But it's really bad. Like the stuff that's attached itself to me is really bad, especially in my lower back and my middle back. Like I said, I haven't done this side. I know it's going to be bad near my heart. That was expected, but this other stuff is kind of, I mean, it's to the point where I can't even reach the, it's like rock hard. Like the lymphatic part is like rock hard, and that you need it is for, that's how you drain the fat once it's burned. Like, so they're attacking me all kind of ways. Like, it's my bowel area too, so it's keeping me from making regular bowel movements and burning fat. They're the type of things that my DNA keeps from happening. And they're talking about how they've been reallocating my DNA, my MET genes and cells, and giving me other people's. Like, they've been entertaining the idea of giving me deceased relatives MET, just to see how the energy will work, and it's not compatible. They've even lately been talking about attacking my uncle, who happens to be mentally retarded. Like, but he has an energy, obvious energy. He never stops moving. And when I say he never stops moving, like, he's jolting all day long. So they've been talking about stealing from him. They're trying to slow everyone down and make it look normal. And my uncle, the one that they paralyzed, was the last one that they did that to. He was the next to me. Next to me, and his the one that I'm talking about, the mentally ill relative. He would have been the next one as far as energy goes, with anything, you know, left that resembled MET. I do hate the way these videos are coming out, but they're keeping me from talking, so I'm doing the best that I can with relaying and communicating this information. I know sometimes I don't get the terms right, or it doesn't. You have to really, you know, pay attention for it to make sense. But this is all I got right now. They're like on me heavy, because I'm the only thing that's standing between them and what they've stolen. So my DNA, reallocating it, they're doing this to people. It's something like a confidence gene. Like, it encompasses so much, but like confidence and intellect is like, especially emotional intelligence, is like the number one biggies. Like, I'll come in contact with people. They make random people like a part of my matrix. So I come across people and I don't know, you know, like, I might just take notice of. Weeks later, I see them and they're looking obviously better. And in a lot of cases have done something that they weren't able to do before, like get jobs and lose weight and look decent. you know. So they're stealing from me to make everyone around me. Yeah. This is the stuff that they're doing, like, to my face. When I'm out and about, these are the things that I'm coming across. I don't know, because I never went into the issue or any of the stuff that happened at the psych ward. But they did it with the doctor. The doctor that falsified the affidavit and falsely diagnosed me. I was the only one that noticed the change in his behavior. He lost 10 pounds like it was nothing. It was like overnight. He lost 10 pounds and had this energy. He was ripping and running through that place. And it's just a small area. But he was ripping and running, doing work that he'd never done. Of course, as I was taunted about it by the government, you know, they constantly talk about how my DNA is driving these men crazy, you know, how, you know, I'm the only thing standing between them and it, you know, this amazing amount of purposeful energy, you know, like these people are able to wake up feeling in a way that they've never felt. I'm waking up, barely waking up every day. This has never been how my life was. They've changed every aspect of my life. They changed every aspect of my life. And like I said, I have a purposeful energy. So I'm trying to make things happen without all parts of me. I'm going throughout my day trying to make things happen without all parts of me, without resources, you know, without support and constant interference. And these are things that, like, no one's, like, doing anything about. Like, people won't even pay it any mind. Or haven't been. I think it's about to get to a point where it can't be ignored. Stuff gets on you, and it feeds off of you. It's looking for a place to live. So, like, it'll cause you to eat a lot, you know. It'll cause you to be still and not move as much. They drain your energy. They're draining energy from you. Like, it's one thing that the government's taking for it, but all this stuff that attaches itself to you, these energies, these spirits, they're draining and taking from you as well. But they're waiting for an opportunity to manifest. Like, most of the time, like I said, it's through a trauma, and once that takes place, it gets a chance to manifest. It gets a chance to become you. And once it does, you know, a lot of things are housed in the body. You know, there's a lot of different spirits on the body. So the government controls it. Like, it goes back to the nanotechnology things, you know, things that deal with the dimensions. And when they switch dimensions, it changes who's operating. So you may be one way one moment and another way another moment, like the moment the government decides. And it changes how you interact with people. It changes how you treat people. It changes what governs your actions. You no longer govern, like, you're not present. You're absent from the body. You're witnessing it from the outside. But the government governs what you will and won't do, what you will and will not value. With the speech thing, I haven't been able to speak like myself since October, November. I haven't been able to communicate and speak fluently, especially when I'm making videos. Like, it's rare that I make, like, you'll see in Divine Disclosure, most of those are like short clips, you know, 1-2 minute videos, occasionally 5 or 30. But, and for the longer ones, you know, 9 times out of 10, I have to write, I make an outline for me to follow so that I don't leave anything out, because as I speak, they're removing things. They'll see the thought as it's generated and interfere. So they're making sure I don't get to say certain things, and then I can't think in relation to. There's a lot of times that I want to connect to things that I've mentioned and I can't. So I'm speaking on one subject and I want to connect it to something that I may have said before, and I can't do it. So it's separate. If you're not going through all the other videos, you'll never, you know what I'm saying, pick it up. As I'm going through and applying pressure to my back and forcing some of these energies to move around and get off of me, and hopefully force them into the bowel area. I took a laxative too, you know, because like I said, it's good to expel them. That's one way that you get them off. But as I go through and I apply pressure, I move around, it's setting, as you can see, the way that I'm speaking has changed. The way that I'm speaking has changed. And it sets off a whole lot of alarms. Like right now, there's probably, I don't know, 6 different groups of people talking, you know, and they're all throwing a fit about, you know, what's going to happen, you know, if I continue to keep this up with with this breaking down the toxins and things of that nature, you know, how it's going to support lymphatic flow, and they're not able to stand. It all comes back to the same thing. They're not able to stand and see me walk around at my normal weight. I weighed under 160 pounds before this happened to me. And it's weird because back then my diet was worse. I was eating like, I had no microwave to use. I was homeless, had no microwave to use. So I was using, I had no way to prepare food. So I used like the microwave at the gas station. And most of the time I get like a gas station burger. So I'm having that twice a day and some chips or something, you know, like that's what my diet was like for months. 8, 9, 10 months. Plenty of water though. And onions. Like I always make sure I put a ton of onions on it. And I was eating garlic cloves and things of that nature. But that's what my diet was like now. And I hate to call it a diet because like I said before in other videos, like I can eat whatever I want. Like that's how I'm made up. That's how I'm designed. I can eat whatever I feel. It just so happens I'm undergoing an attack that like attacks every part of my systems. So I have to be a little bit more, no, not really. I cook right now for convenience. So I cook the same thing every week and a half. I cook the same couple of things. Like I'll do spaghetti, shepherd's pie, barbecue chicken, brown rice. I eat a ton of brown rice and a lot of peppers and onions, like bell peppers, different color bell peppers and onions, occasional cabbage. What else? Taco pie occasionally. Taco salad. But at any rate, it's just like those few meals in rotation. Like I'll have 2 or 3 of those meals in the fridge at a time so that I have something different to choose from. And I'm moving. I'm constantly moving. So, yeah, I'm eating way better than I was back then. And this is what they've done. But contrarily, when you're trying to destroy a woman, a great woman, what do you go for first? Well, they went for my mind first. And my body second. They went for my mind and my face second, and then my body third. So they attacked my mind, removed as much as they possibly could. They can't stand that I can remember. They hate that I'm able to remember things that they don't want people remembering, especially when it comes to other people, like my relatives and stuff of that nature. They don't want me to remember their behavior. That was part of the reason they got rid of the recordings. So I have no proof to support it, but my word is good. So my mind, and that's a constant attack. Like, it hasn't ended. My appearance, starting with my face, you know, they changed the structure, and then they removed the tooth, and then they attacked my body, you know, started giving me fat injections. I eat, they make my entire mouth sensitive, like, to the point where it's painful. Like, I'm eating rice and peppers right now, and my entire mouth, like, is in pain. This is what they've been doing. They'll bounce questions, like, off of one another, back and forth, to see how I respond to them about, you know, just Jesus and the Bible. So the questions that they're bouncing back and forth off of one another are questions that they will actually show up and ask someone. So they're trying to see what I don't have an answer to. I have an answer to everything. They constantly ask me to let them kill my aunt because she's theirs. Like, she's a serpent seed. So she's born to be a problem for my mother. Because, mind you, like I said before, it doesn't count. The soul doesn't count as a win until death occurs. So that's how they win. They steal souls, but it's not until a death occurs that it's considered a win. And I know he remembers me because I've seen him out at Walmart. And, you know, he was coming in as I was leaving, and I spoke. And, you know, so I know my face is familiar. Expect to remember every client that he has an encounter with. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the people that are driving through and those that are on foot are different. You know, it's a different exchange. You know, those are the people on foot are much easier to remember. They're much more rare. You don't get those as often as you get the cars. So it's not too much to expect him to be able to recall that I'm not a regular. But that just, it got me to thinking, you know, how people aren't paying attention to people and how they could easily paint unrealistic pictures of who they are. They're attacking my head right now. So I'm in a lot of pain. And I cannot escape. I can't get away from it. It's like it's still a target. I could run around and scream, but then that would just get me labeled as crazy. The government has been doing this for years. No one should ever have to experience anything like this. It's the most inhumane thing that I've ever witnessed and experienced. The point of this video is, I went to the drive-thru today and I got a 3-pack of Black and Mild cigars. when I went, I told the clerk, I said, this is my last one. He said, yeah, right. Which was an odd response because he hasn't seen me. It's not normal for me to come and get those from him often. But he's seen me twice in the last week. So, and I said, yeah, really. And he was like, I forget what he said after that. But, you know, it ended with good luck or something along those lines. But when I left, I couldn't help but think, like, if something were to happen to me and they were like kind of asking around, let's say police officers were doing real police work and they were asking around in the area, you know, because I'm pretty close to a corner store and a drive-through. And if they were to go in and ask him, what would he say? I bought 5 3-packs and 2 singles from him. 5 3-packs and 2 singles. Total. And I never smoked prior to that. Like, he went, you know what I'm saying? Like, what type of picture would he paint? Like, would he say, oh yeah, she's a regular here. She comes in all the time and buys this. Or would he say, yeah, I figured something was kind of odd because, you know, suddenly she picked up smoking. You know, like suddenly, or not even that she picked it up because he has no real way of knowing that much. But he knows that it's sudden that I began to make that type of purchase. In the past, I would only get like, I don't know, wine or beer. But I can count every occasion that I've been there. And I don't feel like he has a real clue. Like a real perspective on my activity there. And you know, I don't expect him to remember every client that he has an encounter with. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the people that are driving through and those that are on the last example that I gave about the military's pay rate is staff sergeant is the last rank that I held as a soldier. And I wanted to show that they don't make anything like what people think they make. That's why I always kept a civilian job. Or I didn't always keep one, but you know what I'm saying? I had a pretty sweet setup. You know, I work 6 months, make some money, hang on to it, take 4 months off, or, you know, some sort of pattern similar to that. But they don't make anything. And they have a ton of responsibility. Part of the reason that I chose to get out was because I was looking at the influx of, I guess, what they are referring to as millenniums that we were getting. You know, people who didn't get any type of home training and then they show up and want you to just rebuild and remold this individual. That was part of the reason that I decided to get off. I got tired of raising and having to reprimand grown adults. You know, I got tired of dealing with problems, you know, basic things that people are supposed to know. I grew tired of that. I didn't have the patience for it anymore. It's nothing like mentoring people who are willing to learn. You know, they got these attitudes. They just joined to get a check or to go to school, pay for college. So they don't want you to tell them nothing. They don't want you to, you know, this army thing you talk about, this army concept that you talk about, what is that? Is how they are. Like they have no real idea of the type of place that they'd signed up for.